Welcome, folks. Welcome, everybody, to Paranormal Roundtable.
How's everyone doing tonight?
Man, got some work things I got to take care of. Yeah, this other channel, always talking crap. They're over there talking about how I'm always looking at my phone. Well, let me explain something, folks. I work. I have a job. They wouldn't know about that because they don't. That's why. So they're able to, somebody was like saying, like, he's always looking at his phone. Yeah, if you worked, you'd have to, too. I think it was his daughter or somebody that said that. I couldn't help it. I had to do an impersonation. His daughter, the people that said that, she actually looks like her dad. Looks just like a male version of him, with the weird googly cocked eyes. And she's like, the other night teeing off on talking about me and my wife. And a bunch of people came and were like, "Hey, they're talking about you." I'm like, "That's all they do. It's become the Josh Turner channel." Like, you know, if you want to turn your channel into the Josh Turner channel, be my guest. Him and Dip Doss have completely just checked out. What's up?
I was gonna say, who knows? It might have actually helped his channel if he switches it to just a Josh Turner channel.
It already is. I mean, it already is, and it's not helping. I guess all the trash talking is not really helping. But apparently, Dip Doss has said that now he's Jesus Christ, right? He said that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what wasn't it you that said that?
No, I thought it was me.
No, you told me that we were going to the gym. You said that he said he's of the bloodline of Christ.
Oh, yeah.
He said that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I was going to confirm it because I've had two other people tell me that he was making these weird claims, and
Well,
I'm
just,
like,
they're asinine psychobabble. Just it all runs together. It's hard
because I know that tonight I think they're having a show where they just once again they talk about me. I'm starring in their heads, and I guess they're going to try and show everybody what a heretic and an apostate I am. Well, that's because, folks, they don't understand the Bible themselves. And they think that they're defending the Bible by, well, I don't think they think that. They're not really Christians, but they're pretending that they're defending the Bible by talking about it. But they don't even know about the Bible because they don't accept anything but the King James, and then they twist that. So they're not even really, Christians in any sense of the word. So, I tell you right now, if you want to make a YouTube channel, the best thing you could do is probably not make it all about one guy that you hate. That would probably be your best bet. They remind me of Eagles fans. Now I can see, I know there's going to be a couple people in the audience going, "What?" You know, I'm talking about you, Chris Kramer. I like Chris, though. Chris is actually a friend of mine. He doesn't talk about me ad nauseum. He has a life. But unfortunately, part of that life is demonic in the way that it involves the Philadelphia Eagles. And
we all have our flaws.
we all have our flaws.
Got to struggle with our own demons.
Pray for him that he gets out of that mess.
I mean, Ken's a Packers fan.
Yeah. Right now, though, I could take the Packers a lot more than I could take the Eagles. I despise the 49ers, but come Sunday, I'm a 49er fan. I'm going to be wearing red and gold just because. But I'm not expecting anything less than the referees to continue on the path that they've been on, but maybe they need to pull up a little bit because it's been so obvious. I mean, folks, somebody was posting something. There was a friend of mine on my Facebook who's a rabid Bills fan, and he posted some stuff from the Bills game, and it was horrible. I mean, it was like the referee's standing right there watching this horse collar go on, and then there's this late hit, and there's all this holding and nothing. But if the Bills just breathed or looked in a penalty, and they did the same thing. And so then another fan who, of course, the Bills and the Dolphins hate each other, but apparently they're coming together over their hatred for the Bills, the Eagles this year. So this Dolphins fan posted on there, and he posted. Now, what this has to do with what we talk about, I guess you could say, it's you know, it's people would call it a conspiracy. I think it's real. I think that they really are throwing these games. I'm going to come out and go out on a limb and say that. I think that they're cheating. I see it in college too. in the Texas-Oklahoma game, I saw. I mean, there's a picture that Anthony, you saw it too. The guy, he's tearing the guy's head off at the goal line.
Yeah.
The Oklahoma player had the Longhorn player's face mask pulled up, you know, his head pulled backwards. A referee standing right there. How do you not see that? That changes the whole game. And then, you know, the Longhorns win that game, and then they win tomorrow in the Big 12 championship. Well, they're playing for the national championship. But no, didn't happen because, well, you can't have a Texas team doing that, right? Texas is just too rebellious. Texas and Florida are bad guys. They're bad. They're the bad wrong. Badong. That's what they are. Can't have them in there. Too much. It's too much. Too much freedom. They love freedom too much. Freedom's okay, but Texas gets carried away with it. They really, really enjoy freedom a lot. You know, don't get addicted to freedom. Don't get addicted to water or food. Eat bugs, folks. I think, you know, you wonder, though, Philadelphia, something weird is going on in Philadelphia. I've had 2 weird paranormal sightings, and I think maybe somebody keyed in on it because I said something on Impromptu Truth last Saturday. So, Kiana, thank you for giving me your sighting of what, I don't know what it was, a hairy being that she saw run by her window, and then another person, Devin, who gave me a story about a gargoyle right there in Philadelphia. So something weird is going on in Philadelphia, and it's not just the Eagles and the Phillies and the weird, like all of a sudden all their sports teams are good. They're all buzzing around the championships. Kind of weird. It's very weird. And then all of a sudden they're seeing weird stuff. It's already a haunted place. I've been to Philadelphia once, and I'm sorry if you're from there, but the whole city smells like pee. Like, I am not joking. The one thing I remember, I went there about, you know, maybe 12, 13 years ago. The whole city smells like urine. Like, I'm not joking. Like, the areas where I was at, which they were like, oh, this is the uptown. Smells like dog pee. Oh, this is the downtown. Smells like cat pee. This is the east side. Smells like human pee. This is the west side. Smells like horse and pig pee. It was just a city that smelled like urine. I mean, I'm not joking. It was gross. The people there, you know, I saw this guy, like I went in there to get a piece of pizza. This is a true story. And the guy's like got a tank top on, and he's like jamming out, you know, to some like 80s, you know, whatever. And I'm all like, it's pretty cool, you know. And then I see him over there doing this with his underarm, and he's grabbing my pizza by his hands, and I'm like, okay. I was like, see ya. Hey, buddy, you don't want this slice of pizza? You piece of beep, you know? I'm like, oh my gosh, this guy. And everybody's just an Eagle fan. It's the Eagles. It's the Eagles. Like the Phillies. The Phillies. Bryce Harper, the Phillies. And the Eagles. Eagles fly. They don't run or swim. They fly. Buddy. The only stadium, Veterans Stadium, in the entire sports world that had a jail there dedicated to. I'm not joking. I'm not making this up. They had a jail, folks. They put people in jail there for the disorderly conduct, rude behavior, whatever. And it's unbelievable. They had to have a judge there too, a night court judge, and they would literally do like trials and stuff. I mean, I'm not joking. This is true. You can look this up. Veterans Stadium, where the Eagles play, and they would have a judge, and they'd be there till like 1 or 2 in the morning trying cases for the fights. When Michael Irvin got hurt, I promise you, if it could have been any other stadium in the entire country, it could have been in Oakland, where the Raiders play, or it could have even been in San Francisco where the Niners play. It could have been where the Redskins. Well, they're not the Redskins anymore, but or anywhere. Giants Stadium, it doesn't matter. And the fans would not have cheered for someone laying on the field, possibly paralyzed. At that time, when he got hurt in 1999, Michael Irvin's career ended, and he got taken out on a stretcher, and the Eagles fans were going crazy, clapping and cheering. They also celebrate a game against the Redskins that they call the body bag game because a bunch of players got hurt. Now, they like to take credit. It's kind of like how the English take credit for the Spanish Armada being defeated. Not true. I'll get to that in a minute. They also take credit for Waterloo. Not true. I'll get to that in a minute. And then this major victory where they jumped into the ocean at Dunkirk. No offense to my British fans. I love Britain. I love the culture. I love the British people. But let's talk real, okay? I know history, and I always laugh when people that don't know history try to pipe up because it's like, oh, the children are talking. Stay at the kids' table. You don't know history. Just be quiet. But I'm going to tell you something. The turf there was so bad that it was tearing up these players' legs. It wasn't just the Eagles players. The Eagles players were taking some cheap shots, dirty shots. This was in the early 90s, and it was the body bag game. I think it was 1990 or something like that. But go look it up. It's part of Eagles history. They're so proud of that game because they hurt like 10 or 11 of the Redskins players. And then they did the Bounty Bowl. Did you guys know about that, where they hurt the Cowboys kicker?
No.
Buddy Ryan, who fit right in Philadelphia culture. And he paid his players to hurt Troy Aikman and
Wow.
Tony Zendejas. And they were completely happy with that. They were okay with that. One of the players, I was watching a documentary, and I think he played for like the it wasn't anybody that I root for. I want to say it was he played for the Cardinals, but it was, I want to say it was Eric Swan, but I'm not for sure if that's correct. Now, Eric Swan's interesting. He actually never played college football. He played high school 1 year and didn't even play a whole season. And then he went and tried out and made the team for the Cardinals and played as an NFL football player. A guy who only played like 1 year in high school. That's hard to believe. That's the story I read, but crazy thing. But anyway, I think it was him, but I was watching this documentary and they were talking about how he got hit in the face and it narrowly missed putting his eye out because the Eagles fans would take snowballs and they would put batteries and glass inside of them and they would hit the players with it. And now at that stadium they got now, I don't know what it's called. Somebody can look it up for me, please, if you want to.
Urine Stadium.
What urine they have like literally the opposing players are like 10 yards away. I'm not kidding. They're like 10 yards away from the Eagles, where they have like a little spot there where the fans can scream and jeer. There are very few stadiums that will let your fans be that close to the opposing players. But why would they do that? They built it that way because they know their fans are, let's put it this way, to put it nicely, deranged. Okay, I could say a lot of worse things about them, but they're deranged, and so they let them sit right there so they can scream and jeer. Because the Eagles, let's face it, they've been underachievers for as long as they've existed, so they need all the help they can get. They need their fans to help. They're the little team that could. They actually got to the Super Bowl and won it amazingly against the Patriots that 1 year because the league pretty much chugged them along like they've been doing, for the past few years. It's really weird. The past few years, they've really just been helping them, pulling them along. Same thing they did for the Rams to help them get in the Super Bowl because they needed that West Coast. When the Rams moved to L.A., what did I say, Anthony? I said, give it 2 years, they'll be in the Super Bowl.
Yep. And
they did. Oh, Goodell likes to take pictures with porn stars. Him and Kendra. I'm going to say her last name or whatever she calls herself. She's a terrible-looking person, too. She's not attractive. Thank you for that donation, Shade Viking. Thank you, Shade. And but it's weird because, and we're going to bring our guest on. I'm just going to let the chat fill up a little bit. We're just talking here until it gets to about 300, and then I'll talk a little bit about some paranormal stuff, and then we'll get the guest on, and he's gonna wow you. But I got to say, when you look at what's going on in sports. It is a reflection of our society. And when you look at the Super Bowls, and I said this on Impromptu Truth last Saturday on Truth and Bass's show, they, to me, are satanic ceremonies.
It's blatant.
Oh yeah,
It's very obvious. And they know because they get millions and millions of people to watch these Super Bowls, like 60 million people.
I mean, some people just watch it for the
They just watch it for the
show
halftime shows
and the commercials.
A lot of women that I know. Yeah. They always, in the commercials, you always show like all these women. Yeah. And like, where are these people?
Yeah, where are all these females?
Now, you might have some females out there that are, there's like one in maybe 100 people that is a female that roots rabidly for football. You don't really see it. You know, baseball, football, go to the games. You'll see the woman kind of there with their boyfriend or husband while he's.
I was going to say, they're like there with someone.
Yeah.
She's just, accompanying him. But it's not really her thing. That's what she would want to do.
Exactly. And why would you?
Yeah.
You would see a bunch of screaming and yelling and aggression. Thank you, Liberty. Appreciate that. Thank you for that donation. We'll talk to Liberty about the board game. You wanted information on the board game. I'll give you some information in just a second. So you don't get a lot of females that are these rabid sports fans. They might pay lip service to a team, but that's just, thank you, Maddie. How's it going? Sorry what happened to your car. I think that what's happening though right now is Philadelphia is the recipient of some I don't know, man. They're getting some love for some reason. I don't know what's going on. I have my beliefs, but if I tried to explain it on here, two things would happen. One, people would probably think it's a stretch. I don't. But then I'd also probably get demonetized because I could tell you what I think, but I'm not going to do that. I think it's weird if you just look at it from the standpoint of you want to pan the camera so I can fans don't have to look at me hunched over.
Have to look at you what? Tying your shoe?
It came untied.
It keeps happening.
Yeah, when you talk about Philly, this is what happens.
No.
Their black magic gets on you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're untying our shoes remotely.
Well, they're an unkempt city, so that curse of unkemptness comes onto you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of people like to talk about other cities being this or being that, like Detroit, Cleveland, New Orleans. They'll talk about how dirty and nasty these other cities are. I've been to Detroit.
It's
I've been
like
to
the
New
pot calling the
Orleans.
kettle black.
I've been to Cleveland.
I've been to calling the kettle black.
Yeah, that kettle is just dirty as all heck. But then I think Detroit is just some places that look. And I've been to Chicago. I stayed there for a little while, like when I was a teenager for like a few months. I thought, hey, I'm going to stay up here, and then after a few months, I'm like, hey, I'm going to leave. You go outside in Chicago, and if you have a white shirt on, it'll be yellow by the evening. I kid you not. I used to train up there, Windy City Boxing Gym, and I'd have this white shirts, the wife beaters, they call them, and I'd jog, and I'd go up there, and then going home in the evening, and then my shirt would look all, like, weird, like discolored, and it's real windy, like they say, the Windy City, that wind coming off the lake. It's really cold. But I think the most miserable city I've ever been to was Philly. I went there in the summertime, and it was hot as hell. It was like 100 degrees. You don't even think of Pennsylvania up there in the north getting that hot, but it does. And everybody was just in a foul mood, and they were just walking around like, and everybody just hates everybody. And then people are honking their horns. And what do you want from me, man? What do you want from me? What? What'd I do? Why am I alive? Why am I in Philadelphia? Why am I wearing an Eagles shirt? And they're all loud like that, too. You just go into a store, and they're like, $3.50. You're like, I'm standing right here, Where are you from? Yeah, well, you got a weird accent, man. I'm from Texas. Oh, Cowboys. They hate Cowboys. They hate the Cowboys. And you're not even thinking about it. You don't even think about because sports is just like this much of my life. Like there's like compartment,
it's free time stuff
for everything, huh?
It's free time stuff. It's like
I have enough time. I've watched 4 games this year, for the Cowboys, and I've watched 2 Texans games and 1 Buccaneers game. I don't have time. I don't. And then they're like, the Cowboys. I'm not from Dallas. I'm from Austin. I hate Austin too. I was like, have you been there? No. And they're real loud and they're just obnoxious as all heck. And you're like, oh man, your ears are ringing from having a conversation with them. And that was just my mom. She was with me, you know. I'm like, Mom, what happened? I got possessed by the spirit of Philly.
When in Rome.
Los mijos, I don't know what happened. I'm sorry, mijo. They rubbed off on me, these diablos. They're terrible people. Terrible. But yeah, it's really hard to deal with. I mean, it's hard to take that they're that obnoxious and they glorify violence like crazy, dude. Like there was a Flyers game where some guy got stabbed in the face, and it wasn't them attacking an opposing fans. It was somebody stabbing another fan, like a Phillies Flyer, whatever. Yeah. I heard of a 76ers game where somebody punched one of the players, one of the 76ers, like back in the 90s. And I was like, good gosh, dude. Like one of the fans was mad, so he charged and punched one of the players or something, and then they tackled him. And they're always trying to cover everything up and do PR. You know, they're always like, oh, we're the city of brotherly love. Doesn't look like it. It looks like you're trying to kill each other all the time. Yeah, Debbie, I just said, yeah, the city of there's not much love there. I can tell you that. They're pretty awful. Smurfy says, I met my wife in Philly. Well, how's that gone? Is it good?
Yeah, Maggie Brooks says people from Texas and Florida are hated a lot up north. I don't know why, because we're friendly Southerners. Yeah, because people from Texas and people from Florida are a bit more independent-minded.
Very. Yeah. Yeah, I was talking to a guy from Alabama this morning. He works out at our gym, and he's trying to build the Samsung plant. Oh, my gosh. My dad worked for Samsung for like 22 years or something. They're on their own personal trip too. It's really weird. We did not take the security. We didn't even put bids in on the security contract there at the Samsung here in Austin because of their weirdness. I don't know. I like their phones, but the company itself is just, you know.
Make good TVs too.
They made sure that when they would send, my dad showed me one of the letters that they had sent him, and it was like, the economic crisis that started in America. They kept pointing out that it started in America. Like, okay, we know. Okay, yes, we get it. Right? As we go, the world goes, and so it's our fault. We're going to make sure you know that. And they did it like every day. They let the employees know that the economic crisis that started in America.
It's like pretty bad for employee morale.
Yeah. But Korea is a very secular country. They're not very religious. I mean, I think they're like something like 70% secular.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. They're not because Buddhism is the overwhelming religion there, but it's not really a religion. Like I've said before, Buddhism is a philosophy.
I know that their last president, well, I don't know what they call it there. Maybe they call it president. I don't know. I think it was like some lady, and she had gotten like ousted or something because she was part of like some crazy religious cult or something. You remember that?
No.
You didn't know that?
Mm-mm.
It was like all over the news.
I don't watch regular news.
She was part of some brainwashing cult or something.
There have been several of those in Korea and Japan. Mm-hmm. The one in Japan where the guy tried to bomb the subway.
Oh, on the subway with the nerve gas?
The nerve gas. And so, I mean, that's not, but in the East, and one thing I've learned, I have a lot of friends that live abroad. And one of my friends, well, a couple of them, y'all know one of them who's from Japan. The other one lives there. And then we have, let's see, I have three friends that live in Korea. And, of course, not North Korea. They wouldn't be living. You would never hear from them again. The Hermit Kingdom. But they are, they've told me that the cities are so large and there's just so much going on. And it's just work, constantly working. And but the media they're really good at shutting things down and not, we in the West don't get all of it. Stuff could happen in Greece You know, like, and it could be big news there, and our media won't touch it because it doesn't fit their narrative.
Yeah.
Our media, there's a lot going on in the world. One of the things I learned when I was overseas too, I've been to a lot of different places, and our media, very censored. You may not think it, you may not know it, but it is. They don't, you know, and so if something happens in Greece or Korea or one of these countries, let's say Malaysia, you know, or just any random country, Bulgaria, whatever, it doesn't matter. Their media will cover it up, and then our media will
ignore it.
Bless you.
Or,
oh my gosh. And then our media will censor it too. So by the time you get something that happened abroad, it's so watered down, it's unbelievable. And you know, when it comes to the paranormal and cryptids and stuff like that, you're not going to get the full story. Now, here's my point. And I'm going to tell you this. I have a story for you. Of course, this is why you're here. And now we have 300 people here. We're going to talk about it. Oh, Joanne, that's awesome. You don't have cancer. That is a really big deal. Praise God.
congratulations.
Thank God. That's huge. So there was somebody reached out to me, and the reason I mentioned Greece is because this happened in Macedonia. Now, who is from Macedonia? Anthony, you know this one.
Alexander the Great.
Alexander the Great, one of my heroes. One of the, and I say my hero because he's one of the best examples of leadership in the entire world. And this is an example of media censorship. The birthplace of Alexander. You know what the capital of Macedonia was?
It's Pella.
Pella, yeah. This happened about 12 miles from Pella. So this guy reaches out to me. Macedonia is a hybrid country. What I mean by that is like Austria. Austria is literally like if Germany, like if southern Germany and northern Italy had a baby, it would be Austria. A little more German than Italian, but at one time it was just the northern Italy. Really, it was attached to the Italian peninsula, kind of like this is just part of this is who we are, and there was a huge war that was fought over Trier. Yeah, which happened between the Germanic tribes, the Vandals and the Goths, combined forces against the Romans. They fought for that land. You see it in the movie Gladiator, right? So that's what Macedonia is. Macedonia is Slavic, predominantly in the north. It's a Slavic country. It's actually part of the former Yugoslavia. So you have Macedonia, which is Slavic and Greek, right? In the south, it's more Greek. And they have the legends and myths, like, you know. So I had somebody who reached out to me. We'll call him Greg. It's not his real full name, whatever. But so Greg reached out to me, and he goes, you guys talked about a Minotaur, right? And I had showed a picture. He saw me showing the picture of that Minotaur that was in the Vatican. And he said, you guys say you don't get many stories about the Minotaur. And I said, okay. I think we have one. Did it drop this Tuesday, or is it coming up on next Tuesday?
About what?
The Minotaur.
Oh, no, it's not this Tuesday. It wasn't this past Tuesday.
It'll be this coming one then.
This coming one should be the second part to
and that's the one where we talk. Yeah, there's a story we have coming up. Anyway, this guy, he reached out to me because he saw the picture of the one from the Vatican. And I talked about it. I believe it might have been Blondes and Booze. I talked about it too. So we don't get many stories from there. So he says, I got a story to tell you. And it's already 10:10. What do I do? Because we had to wait till the chat filled up. You know what? I'll tell that one on Sunday. How about that? Because we got to get our guest on here. Y'all take too long getting in here.
Yeah, it's all your fault.
And then they're like, yeah, well, you took too long getting set up. Yeah, we couldn't help it, folks. Work has been kicking our heinies. People don't understand that, you know.
Thanks for everybody for, being patient, still being with us.
And they say ridiculous things too.
Even after a late start. You guys are sitting here with us. It's 11:11 in Florida, according to Maggie.
So we have a great show for you planned on Sunday. I'm going to be there on Sunday. We hit 700 last Sunday, and thank goodness we did because we talked about reptilians, which the tube of you made sure to put that it was a fiction, that reptilians, talking about reptilians is a fictional thing. I don't know why they don't put the same disclaimer for werewolves.
Suspicious.
It's kind of weird. Or vampires. They don't tell you vampires are fictional, even though the whole country's run by them. Wouldn't supposed to say that. Yeah.
I hear the YouTube sirens right now.
And so, well, yeah. I mean, it's I got a comment removed from Facebook. Get this. I said, thank you, Kate, for that donation. Appreciate it.
Thank you once again, Kate.
Keep us going.
Oh, do you want to talk about the food drive?
We will. Hang on.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. We need to do that. So I made a statement in a Facebook group, and I had my comment removed. Now, folks, tell me if you think this is correct. I said, vampires are real, and they run our country. How does that go against community standard? Right? But apparently, I've caught the ire of a few of sports jockeys too, because I've been on there saying things on the Eagles forums, and some guy says this. Now I don't know if he was talking about me. I don't know if he was talking about me, but my friend Jeremy reaches out to me. He lives up in Pennsylvania. He doesn't live in Philly, but he lives south of there, and he says that he was going to work the other day, and some radio disc jockey up there was saying something about some goofy. He didn't call me goofy. That was too polite. Miguel Garrett, thank you for that donation. What did Miguel say, real quick?
Happy December 1st, Josh, Mushu, and Anthony. I bought and watched the movie Oppenheimer today. It was such a great movie. I recommend it big time. Also, I sent you guys a message on Patreon about the tier. Love you guys. Go Cowboys.
Yeah,
they had a close game.
Not even from Texas. So, and the reason I root for the Cowboys is very simple. They're from Texas. Also, if they weren't in Texas, I probably wouldn't even root for them. I root for Texas teams predominantly.
I think just some of the players in there have been great dudes.
So that's just jockey. He I said he DJ, whatever. He said, who cares about some guy down in Texas who has a weird paranormal show? And they were laughing. They were like, this guy's got an opinion about sports. Thing is, radio guy, if you're talking about me, which I guess would be the person he'd be talking about, because I'm a weird guy from Texas who talks on the sports forums, just to mess around. They like to come into our Cowboys forums and troll, so I go back and return the favor. And the only thing they can do is ad hominem. If you know what that is, it's just when you attack someone instead of the discussion. You're not attacking the subject, you're attacking the person. Like, you make a statement, I don't like Wolf Brand chili. I like this other kind. It tastes less like poop.
Well, you're ugly.
You know what I mean? And then somebody goes, well, you're a piece of crap. And instead of talking about the issue of the flavor of the food, that's what that is. So that's what they do. Every time I go into one of their forums, they say some crap. They're like, yeah, well, shut up, you punk, you poo-poo cockahead. And it turns into that. Thank you for that donation, Anna. Anna Al-Jabari. Appreciate it. So this guy pops off, I guess. I don't know when. I don't know if it was last week or the week before, whatever. But he said something about who cares about some guy who has a paranormal show down in Texas. And he might have been more specific. I think he did say it was Austin or something, Austin, Texas, whatever. And I just told Jeremy, I was like, who cares? Who cares? Let him fire off. Let him talk about me. Thanks. Next time, say the name of the show so we can have more subscribers and listeners. We appreciate it. Next time, say, hey, who cares what Josh Turner from Paranormal Roundtable says about the Eagles? Because if you do that, then I'm going to say some more stuff about them because I need more publicity. Thank you. Appreciate it. Who knows? Maybe I'll get a show about talking about them. I know a lot about it. But I did tell somebody, they asked me, how do you remember so many different topics, so many different subjects? I said, you have to have a memory. The greatest gift that God ever gave me was my ability to memorize. I memorize the stories that people tell me. When somebody's coming on the show, I only need you to tell me once if we're going to talk, and I will ask those questions, boom, boom, boom. I don't need to look at anything to tell me. I have a very short little notes here that's everything else has to come right here. So God gives everybody an ability. That's mine. That's what makes you good at what you do. So you find your niche and you go with it. These other guys are floundering. They're swinging at the air. You know why? Because they don't have that ability. But you know what they do have? Ad hominem. They have a lot of it. The venom. Oh, the venom. They hate me. Newsflash, guys, I don't hate you. I forgive you and I pity you. I don't hate you. I really don't hate you. But I have to defend my family. I have to defend my boys here, and I got to defend my wife. So when you attack my wife, you attack my boys, you attack my friends, you attack my channel, you attack everything around. I don't care what you say about me. People say, oh, he gets upset. He said, I don't give a. If you folks know the kind of crap that comes across my desk about me, the venom that gets spewed at me, I don't even. There was a Nike commercial years ago where it was before the World Cup. It was years ago, probably 20 years ago, and it was these players. They were all these soccer players, and they go into the Roman Coliseum. Look it up. It's a really cool commercial. I'm not a big fan of that company, but they go in there and they start playing these bald demon-looking dudes with these big Baraka teeth come out, and that's who they play. And then they get punched, kicked, knocked down, and at the end, one of the players, I think he was a French player, he turns his collar up and he's like, au revoir, and he kicks the ball, and this demon throws his wings up, and the ball goes through his chest, and then it's daylight again. Because they walk in there, and then there's like an eclipse, and then these demons come out, and they fight them, and they play them in soccer. It was one of the coolest sports commercials ever, but at one point, the guy's like begging and arguing with the referee, and the referee's like wearing these glasses, and he's just like ignoring him, looking straight ahead. To me, that is what the referees are doing this year when it comes to the Eagles. They are just absolutely ignoring everything and pushing an agenda. They lost in the Super Bowl last year, so I guess this is the year. So they screwed the Chiefs, they screwed the Dolphins, the Bills, all these teams, the Cowboys, everybody's getting screwed. They're getting Niners are up next. I'll root for you, Niners. I'll root for you this coming week. We'll see what happens because the Cowboys are in the Eagles division. We need the Niners to win. But I think the Niners are a better team. I think they can beat them. But I think that the flags are going to fly. And there's going to be a controversy one way or the other. You watch. And it's sad because people, like Saturday we talked about, they said it's like WWE. They're listed as an entertainment company or whatever, right?
Yep.
But I don't tune in to watch WWE because it's a giant soap opera that's scripted, and that's so I don't want to sit down to watch college or pro football, or I watch college and pro baseball too, and I watch a little bit of hockey. I like my Stars if I'm able to. If I don't have much time, if they're in the playoffs for sure. Basketball, same thing. If the Spurs or Mavericks or Rockets are in the playoffs, I'm going to watch when I can. But you see the bad calls there too. Especially when the Spurs were always playing the Lakers. Oh, my gosh. I threw a shoe at the TV one day. I turned into my dad. I was trying to break the TV I was like, you got to be kidding me, because the Lakers, and of course they rooked us. Spurs won a lot of titles. Would have won a lot more if they hadn't cheated for the Lakers. Lakers are the recipients of a lot of gifts. Definitely an LA team, But look at that play against the Saints. That guy, he completely was pass interfered against. That Rams player just knocked him out of bounds. What year was that, the NFC Championship? Look it up real quick. Mm-hmm. Was it 18? What year was that? They went to the Super Bowl, and they lost that year. The Rams did. But then they went back and beat the Bengals year before last, I guess. But it was the referee was right there. He saw the play. It was completely pass interference, no flag, and the game ended. Rigged. Yeah, I'll say it's rigged. I'll say it's rigged by they use the officiating and predominantly to do it. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, like, I think there was a picture of it that I saw. Like, the guy was looking right at the dude.
Oh yeah, there's a picture of it. There's a picture of the one from the Bills game too, where Josh Allen, the guy's horse collaring him, and the Eagles fans are on those forums. That's what it's so easy to troll them because they get so mad, but they're lying. I mean, they're absolutely lying. They're all just making up excuses. The Eagles fans are not saying, "Hey, this is wrong. What's happening? We see it too, and we should see." No.
It's the 2018 season.
2018, yeah. Yep, that was the year, and I remember that because that was the only time I'd ever seen a quarterback get sacked while still standing and get loose and run for a first down, and it gets called back because he was sacked. Now, why that weird E.T. looking Jerry Jones doesn't say something more? I mean, he does say a few things, but he got in big trouble because he wore a costume on Halloween of a blind referee with a stick, and so he got in some trouble they fined him. But he's rich. He's got $1 billion. Well, I mean, so what? They gave you a $30,000 fine. It's like paying a parking ticket.
It's just fines for stupid reasons. It's like when Elliot jumped into the Thanksgiving.
Oh yeah, they
thing.
fined him.
Oh yeah.
But they when you look at I would have said a lot more. I would have said a whole lot more. I think that, and then another blatant one was it Super Bowl 46. Look it up. I think it was the Seahawks and the Steelers. To me, it was one of the dirtiest Super Bowls I've ever seen. The Steelers were they gave them everything. I mean, when the Seahawks tried to get a drive together, they threw penalties on 3 different first down. Like they converted 3 times on third down. They were all penalized and they got pulled back. And it was like, are you kidding me? It was unbelievable. But is this the kind of world we want to live in, where you can't even your sports has been tampered with and messed with? You can't have any.
You're taking out the most important thing about having those sports is competition.
The competition.
And it's not even just like the players who are competing. It's the people who are into those teams competing with other people who are into those teams.
And that really is circuses, spreading circuses, because that's all we go.
What Super Bowl did you think it was?
Was it 46?
You said Steelers Seahawks?
Oh, no. You know what? It might have been. It was 2009, that season. So what year would that have been? What Super Bowl are we on now? I don't even know.
48 maybe? No.
No, it wasn't 48.
I didn't even watch the last one. So.
Well, I didn't either. It was, who cares? It was just satanic ceremony. I don't believe that. Stephen Edmond, the gambling, I don't believe that. I think it's an agenda at this point. It's not about the money. Gambling can affect it to a degree, but I don't think that's really what it is. I think what we're seeing is an agenda.
I think more so in boxing than gambling.
I think all of it's an agenda. I really do. I think the boxing, the people that's like saying, "Oh, we went to Iraq for oil." No, we didn't. That's the commonly held belief. I think that's what they want people to believe. And then you got these guys that are like, "Yeah, man, I said I was going to break his legs, and so he threw the game." You got some of that, but I don't think that's the big. These people aren't about money anymore. They have all the money they need. They have all the control. That's what they want is control. Just like the people that make movies, they don't. I'll look it up. It's not hard. It's just Pittsburgh Steelers versus Seattle Seahawks. Go look into this one, folks, because this one.
Well, I said it was Super Bowl 40 in 2006.
2006. There you go. 2006. Then that's what it is. Super Bowl 40. I was gonna say 40, but I wasn't sure if that was right. I don't know where I got 46 from. Who was in 46? I want to know why I thought that.
I don't know.
So 2006. That's right, because that was the one where Tony Romo messed up on the 2-point conversion, or he messed up holding the ball or something. He tried to run it in, and then they lost to the Seahawks, who ultimately went to the Super Bowl to lose to the Steelers. Which I'm glad that the Cowboys didn't go that year, because I wouldn't want to see another Cowboys-Steelers Super Bowl. It's happened 3 times already, dude. Like they love to repeat too, put the same teams in there over and over again. It's like, and then matchups that you would like to see, you never get to see them. Like the Cowboys and the Raiders have played in their respective championships, never played each other in the Super Bowl. I'd love to see that. Or the Cowboys Chiefs would be a great one. Finally got to see the Niners and the Chiefs. That was cool. But the Niners and the Bills never happened, Or the Bengals, and the Cowboys, maybe instead of the Niners playing them twice. Or Niners Raiders. Or Eagles and no one. Nobody plays the Eagles ever. The Eagles never go to the Super Bowl. They don't deserve it. I mean, they're just being handed the thing this year. And it's so bad. You see the memes everywhere. The league's got to be seeing it. You know, they got to know that that people are catching on. You know, you had a Bills fan posting all this stuff, and then 1,300 comments, right, within a day. And then you had a bunch of Dolphins players or fans showing stuff that happened in their game. And then the Chiefs fans are like, oh, yeah, look at this. And then the Cowboys fans, look at this. And there's just like example after example after example after example. Even against the Jets, a game that the Jets won, it was barely because, you know, the refs were really, they've just been riding the back of the Eagles.
I think that works, but someone needs to take all of those and compile it into one and be like, and just show or
example after example after example.
Yeah, and just label it like failure of officialing,
Yeah.
or the failures of an official.
That's the thing, though. It's not a failure. They're succeeding. That's what they're doing.
Well, I mean, failures. They're failing as an official. I mean, they're not doing their job.
Well, yeah, but they're doing their job as an.
They're doing their hidden job
to help
their second-hand job.
Yeah, they're doing it to help the
their part-time work.
So let's get it. Let's get this show on the road here, folks. Somebody mentioned something about donating, and they said, "Well, I feel like when I donate, I'm why is this not up?" They said they feel like when they donate, they're distracting from the conversation. And I said, don't feel that way at all. If it's not working.
I mean, you guys are a part of us, so don't feel like you're going to distract us or with anything y'all do.
Keyboard broken or what? Yes. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Chris, how you doing?
I'm pretty good. Just listening to your show.
Listening to my pregame rant. I'm just talking about all this stuff. It just, to me, it's part of a greater whole. A lot of people don't see that. They think that sports is just sports, but it's not. There is something to it because it puts things in your brain.
Well, you're talking
I mean?
about the kid that was hanging off the railing from the rooftop when you called.
No, I don't think so.
Maybe I got the wrong show on here.
What show were you listening to? Is it better than mine or what?
No, it's your show.
Oh, you might be listening to a different one. Yeah, that was a different one.
Could be. I clicked on the one at the top of the list.
Ah, well, it might be. Is it just audio or is it
No,
video
it's
too?
the show. It's a video.
Okay.
I don't see a number on it, but
Well,
anyway,
you can join in with the video now. We got it set up to where you can show up, and so if you want to put yourself on video.
Let's see. Gotta find the button here.
Take your time.
I mean, hopefully it works. We're just testing it out.
Oh, it's right there. It should work.
Yeah, but it seems like it's just showing like a still of the call
because he's got
of-
to click on the video. That's all it is.
Now I've got the picture of the little knight in the middle of the screen, and then everything else is blurry.
Yeah, that's all that's showing on our end, but it should give you the option to go to video on the call.
Let me go back here. Too many moving parts. Normally I do this on Zoom.
Zoom, yeah.
Oh, wrong button. Again. Well, it shows me down in the bottom corner.
Put the camera right there. Hit the camera button right there at the bottom.
That's okay, my son.
Yeah, but then he can probably see us through the chat.
Yeah, I can see myself, which I'm not interested in seeing myself. I know
Because
what
when
I look like.
we talked earlier, and the video came in, and I noticed you were wearing a Paranormal Roundtable shirt. I like that. That's a nice shirt.
My favorite shirt.
So, Chris, let's get started talking here. We met at the UFO conference, not this summer, but the summer before last summer, in 2022.
It was 2 years ago.
2 years ago, yeah. And you're an author, but you're out of Laredo, Texas, right?
Yes, way the heck down south. Go any farther, you're in Mexico.
Yeah. Yeah, and so in the area you live in, I mean, Laredo's always making the news up here in Texas, about different stuff. so for different reasons. But so tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell the audience that are not familiar with you, Chris, what you do. You're an author.
I write books. I used to write fiction, and I got away from it just because I wanted to write a nonfiction book. And a friend of mine who was Ishmael Quayer, the head of the Laredo Paranormal Research Society, wanted someone to write a book about their history. And I told him, hey, I can do that. I think I've written a book. So I got my first taste of nonfiction, which I discovered is a lot of work because fiction just comes out of your mind onto the computer, and you make things up as you go. Whereas nonfiction, well, it's got to actually make sense. It's got to be true. You've got to find out, is this guy telling me the truth? Is he pulling my leg? And I swore I'd never write another another nonfiction book. And now I'm on 4, working on number 5.
And how do you like it?
I find it extremely interesting. The part I really enjoy the most isn't so much the writing, but it's talking to people and getting their stories. Everywhere I go, and a lot of them, they'll tell me they don't want to be in a book. They don't want anybody to read what they have to say, but they want to say something. They want to get it off of their chest. And some of the stories I've heard, it's like, holy cow, this planet we live on is crazy. There are so many stories out there. Now, granted, 1 or 2 of them might be fictionalized a bit, and I'm sure a lot of enhancement happens. As you tell a story, you don't want to look too bad. So sometimes they'll make themselves sound a little better. But the vast majority of them, it's like, holy cow, this person, I'm amazed that some of these people are still alive. They've had so many bizarre, paranormal, out of this world occurrences. And a lot of them happened when they were little kids, which really is surprising. We had a woman who, when she was 5 to 8 years old, I'm not exactly certain, I'd have to go back and check the book. She was asleep on the rooftop down in Monterey, one of these concrete slab roofs with the rebar sticks up through it. And they just keep putting one floor on top of another. And she looked out the door because they had the door open to get some wind into the place. They didn't have any AC or a fan. And she said she saw a group of grays walking in the door towards her. And she didn't know what they were, a little kid. And she vividly remembers they were coming towards her, and she woke her mother. And her mother's like, go back to sleep. You're just dreaming. And then she woke up in the morning. It didn't have any recall of what had happened. So I arranged through a friend of mine in Houston to try to get her hypnotherapy, regressive hypnosis. And we went through several different people trying to find somebody that would do it in Spanish. And then once she was actually facing the possibility of knowing for a fact that this actually happened or not, she got scared and backed out. Said she didn't want to do that because to her it was more of a dream than a reality. But if she took the hypnosis and realized that it was an actual thing, it wouldn't be a dream anymore. But it was just one of the many stories that people have given me just out of the blue. She speaks very little English, so I had to have my wife translate most of it for me. My wife was my Spanish tutor.
Oh, really?
That's where I met her.
Well, she's from Laredo, I mean, yeah, she probably speaks Spanish.
ESL. She speaks Spanish better than English, and now she's a school teacher, and I can't get her to stop, so I never get to see her. She's always at school or doing homework. But yeah, thank God she's hanging around and she's willing to listen to some of these stories, because I've had many a person come forward and they want to tell their story, but they don't speak English that well, and so I just tell them, hey, knock yourself out. Here's my wife. She'll listen to you. And then my wife comes away with this shocked look on her face because she's not into ghosts or UFOs or cryptids. They scare her.
She was at the conference, so I believe, wasn't she? I thought I saw her. Yeah, I met her.
She's she puts up with it. She used to be in Mary Kay, and she'd drag me to all these Mary Kay events. She had the pink car. I tell you what, you drive a pink Cadillac into a Border Patrol station parking lot, you're going to get some hot looks. Yeah, I drove it to work. Anyway, she does not like scary things, though. So in payment for her dragging me to all these Mary Kay events, I drag her to UFO, Bigfoot, places like that.
That was a cool conference, too. Daniel Jones, a good friend of mine, he spoke, and I went there with my wife and with Ken Gerhardt and Ann Celine. We had a good time.
Yeah, I saw Chris Holm was hanging out with you too.
Yeah, Chris Holm was there, and so was Ryan Edwards. I knew a lot of people there, and I actually had some people right after I had talked to you. I got interviewed for like a newspaper or something. I don't even remember who it was, but they came up, and I didn't even know who they knew who I was. There was a lot of people at that conference that actually knew who I was. I didn't realize the people in the UFO community knew me that well, but I was kind of surprised. But it was a fun conference, man. I had a good time.
You're kind of an imposing person too.
I'm a little bit, I guess. I'm a little bigger than average. So I guess I'm memorable. I'm memorable.
Yes.
Yeah.
I couldn't blend into the crowd. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Chris. I was well. Let me ask you this. So you written several books, and like, let me ask you this. You started out in UFO investigation, right?
Well, actually, it was ghosts.
Okay, so ghosts.
The Laredo
first.
Paranormal Research Society. What had happened was, and it's a weird setup. The local SWAT team used to do their training in an abandoned hospital because there's lots of doors, lots of weird places that they could run around and play good guy, bad guy. And they started hearing things in this building. It's like there's somebody talking at the end of the hall, and there's not supposed to be anybody there, and they'd run and look, there's nobody there. And somebody would see somebody walking down the hallway, and it's like, there's nobody there. And you don't want men with guns to get scared. It's a bad combination. So the sergeant in charge of the SWAT team convinced Ishmael that he should go to the hospital and do a ghost investigation. And this was long before Ghost Hunters or any of the TV shows were out. And they didn't know what they were doing. They just, okay, bring a camera, bring a recorder, bring a baseball bat. And the police were there with them when they did the investigation. And they got some wow evidence. One of the members, Manuel, was doing an EVP, and he had the recorder sitting there, and he'd ask a question. And when he would hear the answer, it wasn't on the recorder. It was coming from the air around him. Like somebody was talking to him right there in the building.
So he would hear it, but it wouldn't get recorded on the tape recorder?
Everybody would hear it. It wasn't an EVP. It was an actual voice coming from nowhere. They didn't have to play the recording back to hear it.
It usually works out the opposite way.
Yeah, you have to go back and listen to the recorder. Well,
Yeah.
they got some outstanding. Oh, then the wind started to blow, and it was like a small hurricane on the second floor of the building. Ishmael got on the phone and he called his wife and asked her if there was a storm blowing in, and she's like, "No, there's no wind, there's no rain, nothing." She was sitting in the parking lot right outside the building. But on the second floor, it was blowing so hard it was slamming doors. It was picking up all the dirt, throwing it around, and then it stopped after a couple of minutes.
That's so weird for such a difference.
Yeah, that's what got them started looking for ghosts. And of course, to hear Ishmael say it, his wife didn't want anything to do with it, but I think she's into it just as much as he is. But then one night, he looks up in the sky and he sees a star that shouldn't have been there. And he's staring at the star. He's an amateur astronomer as well as everything else. And suddenly the star blinks out. And he got to thinking, that had to have been a UFO. So he started looking into UFOs. And in the course of just life, people, they go into the woods with all their fancy equipment and they got the cameras and the recorders and they're looking for Bigfoot and they never see a darn thing. And then you got somebody's just filming the countryside and, oh, hey, look, there's a big hairy creature. The same thing with ghosts. I tell people, you're not going to catch a ghost looking for it. You're going to catch it in a photograph that you didn't think anything was going to be there. So
Yeah,
Ishmael,
I was gonna say that's commonly the case. I mean, our last guest that we had last week mentioned the same thing. Is like the one time he wasn't going to look for anything. He was just going to have a peaceful walk in the woods, and all of a sudden he gets.
Yeah, it just happens. It never seems to be planned.
Yeah, Ishmael bought a brand new night vision camera that he was going to use for stargazing because the stars show up a lot more intense. And he's standing out in his backyard and he's just looking at the stars. And this big triangle passes right over his head without any sound. You can see it on YouTube. Just look for the Laredo Triangle. And it's just this huge triangular craft passes right over his head. And then he had to quick check to make sure he had the recorder going. It's called the Laredo Triangle. It impressed Stanton Friedman enough that Stanton Friedman came to Laredo. So
there is a lot of weird activity in Laredo. Like I used to go to Laredo quite a bit, and I used to hang out in Nuevo Laredo back in the 90s, back when you could go without getting your head removed from your shoulders. And there was a ranch down south of there, and we would go out there. We had some friends there, and they stayed there. And they were from America, but they were living there. And this is, like I said, back before, things got really bad.
Yeah, the 90s, it was still okay.
Do what?
The 90s, it was still okay.
Oh, yeah. You could go in the 90s. We were sort of, I'm not even going to say it, we were sort of told by the federalities we were no longer welcome there and told to leave. And they decided that as a token of our friendship to them, they would keep my friend's Jeep. And so we ended up having to cross the river. And that's a true story because we literally snuck out the back of a restaurant. We were just like, I don't think this is going to work out well. And so we crossed the river. Yeah, it was rough. It was
south of Laredo.
No. We had some friends that had a ranch out south of Laredo, miles back up in there. But we were eating at one of our favorite restaurants near a hotel there. And we were basically right there in the plaza. And we were eating, and we were told to leave. The cook came, and he was a good friend of ours. He was also the owner, but he said, hey, the policia are here, and they want you to leave. But they also want you to leave all your money on the table and leave your vehicle. And I'm like, my friend Jesse was like, I'm not leaving my vehicle. And I said, leave the vehicle. I don't think this is...
I don't think they're asking.
I think the police were being told by the local people who were now in charge of that. They were like letting us know, hey, your presence is no longer welcome here, and I think who knows what might have happened if we hadn't snuck out the back. And I just said, you know what, I'm not giving them my money, but I'll leave. And then we took off out the back and crossed the border.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we hid in a soccer field first, and then we it was a pretty rough night. I'll never forget, and I never went back to Laredo ever again. That was it for me. I've been to the city of Laredo one other time, but didn't cross the border. So it's been a long time.
The restaurant wasn't called El Rancho, was it?
Do you know it?
Yeah, there was up on the roof. There were 3 half-naked women holding a great big bowl up in the air.
Mm-hmm.
It was the first thing you'd see when you pulled into the parking lot.
It's right there in the plaza.
Yeah.
And you probably know the hotel too. But it was that hotel is supposedly haunted too. Somebody was gunned down there. I mean, that's an old place. Mm-hmm. And it's the Regal. It was called the Regal back then. I don't know what it's called now, but this was back in like the 90s. And there was a guy that was gunned down there, and they claimed that they would see him on the stairs. We had a lot of fun, man. We'd take fireworks and we'd light up the whole place. It was a great time. I was young and reckless back then, but I wouldn't go there for all the money in the world now because it's not for me.
If by chance you happen to run into a couple of Border Patrol agents, I'm sorry if I was rude to you.
Okay. Yeah.
American citizens that crossed the border illegally, they were the worst.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You couldn't do anything with them. But
it wasn't planned. It was kind of just like, I want to live. So, and I understand their point, and I think it was probably the new power there at that time. They were kind of taking over. And I think they were just, it was a changing of the guard, and they were just kind of like, you know what, you're not welcome here. And I was like,
that
okay.
restaurant wound up moving.
Oh, really?
Somehow he got the statues across the river, and they opened up shop on McPherson.
Oh,
and
wow.
It was there for a couple of years, and then they closed, and a local restaurant chain bought them out.
Oh, because
we go there all the time.
Yeah, I think the owner, well, it was the owner's son that was usually there. Carlito was the one that was usually there. And then Rosa, I think, was his sister. Or I can't remember if it was his sister or his cousin that was always in there. They were nice people. I mean, the whole town was cool. It was kind of a playground back then. But now, I mean, boy, it's somebody else's playground, that's for sure. I was just kind of summarily dismissed, like, hey, you have fun here, but now it's time to go. Yeah. And we used to go down to Juarez too. So every now and then we go to Juarez, and then we would go down to Matamoros. I think what happened was, without saying too much, they knew that I was hanging out down in Matamoros in Reynosa, and they were just like, "Hey, you've been down there hanging out with those people, and now you're up here hanging out with these people." Yeah, and I say so. I was just kind of like, okay, I'm a whole different person. It's a whole different life. It's like a whole nother for me. I haven't done, since 2006, I reaffirmed my position with God and Christ. I don't play around. I don't mess around, but that's a whole nother world. But it's a world that I know very well. And I know that people that are involved, they're very serious, serious people. And people think they're big and bad until they're faced with their own mortality in a foreign country, which I've been faced about 6 times. It's a different world when you have a gun put in your face. It's a whole different ball of wax. You start to think about, am I about to become a ghost? I'm about to join the paranormal on a permanent basis.
You're about to find out if there is life after death.
The life after death, absolutely. You better hope that it's there. Yeah. So the UFOs, the people that we were friends with down there in the South, they were very adamant that they saw UFOs quite a bit. They saw these weird triangular formations too, like these balls of light that they would see in the sky, and they would make these like pyramid looking shapes. Do you know anything about that? Like what is that? Like why is that? Why was it so prevalent there on the border?
I have no idea why it would be here. A lot of people keep saying it's the military. If it was the military, what the heck are they doing flying back and forth across an international border? One side or the other is going to start shooting.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's the military. I think it's something completely different that we can't comprehend, whether it's from a dimension, another planet, or maybe it's from our planet, but they're not humans. The biggest argument that the naysayers like to haul out is, oh, it's so far they can't get from there to here. They said that over and over. Like, what are they commuting? I am very much of the opinion that thousands of years ago, some aliens decided, hey, let's see what's over on that side of the galaxy, and they came our direction. Got here and they decided, well, this isn't so bad. It beats the heck out of the place we used to live at, and they just decided to stay. After all, the moon is hollow. It rung like a bell when they crashed Apollo 14 into it, the landing craft.
Mm-hmm. Very weird, the moon thing. Now,
yeah.
what you're saying, and now that you've and now that you've opened Pandora's box, you've opened the box, and so I tend to agree. I know that's going to sound crazy to a lot of people. What are your thoughts on this? And this is why when we do the UAP project, I'm going to have you come on the panel too, Chris, because I want to know you're making some points.
Don't use that UAP. That is confusing. I like to use UFO. Everybody knows what you're talking about.
Well, UAP, I say UAP because I mean unidentified alien presence, not unidentified aerial phenomena. I say alien presence because what I want to talk about is not their spacecraft and their ability to move through portals here and there, because I believe it's stargates.
Alien,
I want to say something. Do you believe? Now you said the moon is hollow, right? Bases. Are there? Yes. Is it a base? And was it man-made or was it made by the Anunnaki? Like, who made the moon and why?
To begin with, the moon is millions of years older than the Earth. Now that's been documented by NASA. But then NASA stands for never a straight answer.
I was about to say. I was just about to say that it basically is obfuscation. But yeah.
So the moon had to have been formed before the Earth was. So where did the moon come from, and why did it come here? The concept, you remember Oumuamua? They said it looked like a great big chunk of rock that perhaps somebody hollowed out. Well, maybe that's what the moon is. They took a moon from another star system, hollowed it out, or maybe it already had a cave system inside. They simply moved inside, used it as their spaceship, which, why go through all the bother of building a spaceship when you can just borrow a chunk of rock and use that? Once they got here to Earth, they were using it to either monitor us or perhaps some people think they're guiding us along, but I think they're guiding us along towards their next meal to serve man. You do know about Twilight Zone, right?
Yeah.
to serve man, it's a cookbook.
Yeah.
That's kind of the impression I get. I do not believe in the Space Brothers. I think they're here for bad intentions.
Oh, you're on my page. That's pretty much, yeah.
If they were really the kind-hearted Space Brothers, why the heck are they abducting children in the middle of the night? That doesn't make sense. They could come knock on the door. Hey, could we talk to your son, your daughter, find out a few things about your civilization? Oh, no, we're just going to steal your kid in the middle of the night and cause him to have nightmares the rest of his life.
Yeah.
They'd be knocking on the door like Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses to have a pleasant chat.
Can we talk to you about the Intergalactic Fellowship of the Brotherhood of One?
Yeah.
You got about 1 second to get off my porch, weirdo. Okay. We're from the place. I don't give a crap where you're from. Okay. I'm from a working class middle America. I got to go to sleep. I got to get up in the morning. Sorry. Yeah. I don't agree with the Space Brothers, Chris. We've talked a little bit, and you had mentioned the whole, the Laredo, like when we had talked, you and I at the conference, and then, subsequent conversation about the craft, and everybody and Stanton Friedman being interested. Of course, I mean, that corridor, though, is a hotbed. I mean, it is really weird. And, I had a friend who used to work down the border, and years ago, man, probably, I'm getting old, guess she's 20, probably 30 years ago. Because by the time I knew him, he was working downtown. He was working at a bar, running a bar, whatever. And he had gotten in trouble because a lot of people do, because it's really easy to do. It's either, okay, take this money, or you can have the pistol. What do you want? And then who's going to say, oh, yeah, you know what, go ahead and kill me. So he got in trouble, and so he told me some really weird stuff. He's like, dude, it's not just drugs coming across the border. He's like, there's some weird stuff going on. And he did mention that there were things that he thought were going on between our military and the Mexican military. His name was Jaime, and he told us some weird stuff, like he saw things that looked like they were pieces of what could be craft, moving back and forth, and just, and then things that they would see flying. One of the weirdest things he told me was this guy that he worked with. And I talked to this guy probably when we first started the show, a few months after I started, it was about 4 or 5 years ago. But he said that there was this craft that would fly over and they thought that it was a Mexican craft, but the Mexicans thought that it was the Americans, but it would fly over the river and it had this blue light that it would shine. Now, recently, I guess back in late September, early October, I got a report of some guys that were hunting up in Utah, and something flew over them and was like, basically they got chased around the woods by a low-level craft that was shining blue light on them, and it was burning. Like if it hovered and it shined too long, the trees would start to catch fire, and then it would burn out.
Like what happened in Edinburgh back in when was it, the 40s or the 50s? The Edinburgh incident, when a bunch of guys working in a gravel pit, their trailer, all their vehicles, and all their equipment got set on fire by a flying saucer, and it was shining a light down into their camp. And that sounds exactly like what you're talking about in the woods.
Yeah, and it was that same color, that bluish color. Now, we had a UFO report. We've had, 2 right up here near Hutto. So who are we talking to that was telling us about? Oh, no, we recorded. I can't say yet because she doesn't come on yet. But is it next Thursday? Next Thursday. We have Deborah Hatswell next Thursday. And what she was talking about the report in Hutto, which I thought was weird. We're going to get into it. But there was a UFO report that was chasing these women. I mean, these 2 ladies, and they got chased back to their subdivision by a low-level craft, and they were shocked. One of the things that they said, and they talked to a guy that I worked with, doing security. He has a business, whatever, and he was telling me, he's like, there were some women that you need to talk to, so we reached out to them, we talked to them, and they were like, this is 2 a.m. They were coming back from a bar. And they're like, we weren't drunk. It was right there by the house. The one was a designated driver, and the one was asleep in the back. Now, she was, obviously. But the one in the passenger side was wide awake, and they witnessed this craft chase them back to their house with the blue light, same MO. And they're like, where is everybody at? They're like, it's like the streets were empty. Like you said, Twilight Zone. One of them mentioned it was like a Twilight Zone episode or X-Files. He's like, there was no vehicles, nowhere around, no cops. And everybody knows Hutto is just full of cops. There's more cops than there are people. It's just a speed trap. There's like 20 cops per capita there. But I mean,
like coffee.
So they were like shocked that it chased them right up to their house, and then it disappeared. It veered off. But what did it want? We had the same story out of Elroy, right outside of Buda. Same MO, same everything. And then we had right there around that same time, we had 2 Bigfoot encounters, sightings. And another friend of ours, it had some really weird stuff happen to him, Brian, that had the food truck.
Yeah.
He lives out there. And of course, there were these Bigfoot sightings and this craft that was near, what's a cistern near our Ash's bar. You got this weird Bigfoot sighting out there, and then you have a UFO. And these UFOs get really low, but there was one that would do it periodically right there on the border. And I believe it was near Piedras Negras, across from Eagle Pass. And it would just fly back and forth, and it would zip up. It would just shoot straight up into the air when anybody went near it. And of course, the border was saying, hey, the Mexican military had gone out there multiple times and would kind of throw their hands up across the border at them and like, what is that? They don't know what it is. The Americans didn't know what it was. Nobody knew what it was, but it would come down and mess with people. And there were reports coming out of people that were illegals that were trying to cross that were saying, hey, one of my family members got taken, and then one guy got severely burned. Of course, he was from Mexico. And so it's not like it's going to be in the news here, but they were saying that there were reports coming across from, and you still hear about that, people getting burned, like being just, I'm talking like disintegrated by these craft and these people who are trying to get across. So I think that the Mexicans were thinking that the Americans were doing it to stop people from crossing, but the Americans were denying it. And then they thought, well, maybe the Mexicans are doing it to their own people. But I don't think it was an American or a Mexican thing. I think it was happening. It wasn't two nations doing it to their own people. I think these were, some sort of alien craft. Now, I had a weird story around that same time. I think it was in 2001. I got that somebody had I got the story a few years ago, but this one was weird, and I'm going to put it on an episode eventually. I was going through my archives because, of course, as I said on the show, I had to dump a bunch of email. I had too much stuff in my email, too much, just tons of it. And one of the stories I had just filed away was a robot-looking creature that came out of one of these things. Now, they have technology that they can build these robots that are on four legs. They look like dogs.
Mm-hmm.
But this thing was like a transformer. Like it was like on four legs and it flipped up and became sort of, android-like. And it started to speak Spanish to one of these people. And they were just like in shock. And there were 3 people there. And when they got across, the Border Patrol picks them up and they tell them this wild tale of this robot. They thought that it was a Border Patrol robot. And the Border Patrol was like, what? Like they have no clue what this is. What are they talking about? But then as it began to happen a little more often, and then at one point, one of these metal beings or whatever grabs somebody, and it basically folds them and encases them, and then it takes them up to this craft comes down, and they're gone. Just using like robots, I guess, to abduct people.
Well, that's what they used out in California. I'm trying to remember the name of a guy was out hunting with 2 of his buddies, and the sun went down. And he decided to spend the night out in the woods, and he was attacked by a metal creature. Noe Torres and Ruben Uriarte wrote a book about it, and I can't come up with the name of it off the top of my head. This is what happens when you get to a certain age. Your memory becomes a bit shaky. But the robot creatures, it seems to come up on occasion. The one up north, Stanton Friedman wrote about the Flatwood monster. That was a half robot looking creature as well. The illegal aliens, they didn't mention anything about any kind of a gas being sprayed towards them or anything like that.
No, this was stories that I was being given by the American side. They were telling us this was back in the 90s, and then of course there was one from 2001 that this woman had sent. Her name was Gloria. I remember that, but it was given to us. It was given to us by a former agent. But what you were talking about, the gas, I'll tell you what, we had a woman that came on our show, Anna Choate.
Mm-hmm.
She's a friend of ours too, and she is a ghost investigator. She did the episode, folks. If you're listening, you probably remember this. She did the episode about the Fox Hollow Farms, a serial killer, Herb Baumeister, where they found like 50 different, pieces of DNA from different people on his farm up in Indiana, and he had murdered all these people. But she had some amazing EVPs on that episode, by the way. I don't know. You want to look it up and see what episode that is. But she tells her encounter, I think, on the second part. It was like a part 1 and 2. And what her and her boyfriend at the time saw was shocking. It was like this robot-looking thing that was floating, and it was like a sentinel, floating around. And I'm of the opinion that AI is really evil. I don't think it's a good thing.
It's episode 28 and 29.
28 and 29. That was way back.
Mm-hmm.
And so Anna's not recently, but subsequently, she did the investigation on the John Wayne Gacy property, which should be an interesting one too. I'm trying to get her to come back on the show. She's had some things happen with her health, and then her mother passed. But she's a part of a paranormal investigation team. But she saw something that looked like a robot, you know, and I'm convinced that some of these grays are biological robots themselves. Like that's what they are.
An idea has been put forth that they're not so much mechanical robots, but they're like a flesh and blood robot. That's why
biological.
When something happens, the folks upstairs don't care. You know, like, oh, you know, pour some water in the bucket and create a couple more grays. We just lost a few.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're not. The grays are not the guys in charge. That's somebody else.
Yeah, I think that the ones. Here's my theory, and I'm going to pose this to the audience, and you tell me what you think, Chris. I mean, you've been doing this. I think that the grays are a replica or clones of there's a species that looks like them, and they're not robots. They're just like us, except they look like that. But they use those as they're like clones. Like if we were to go out in space, like to Mars, okay, we would have like they would take Tony, for example, and they pan the camera to Tony. He looks like he could be clonable. Yeah. So you would make a clone that looks with the mouth open and everything, just a mouth breather guy like that. It would just clone him 1,000 times 1,000 and just drop him off like little Pikmin to go all over Mars.
He actually kind of looks like a Pikmin.
Yep. So you clone somebody. You take Tony, you clone him 1,000 times 1,000, whatever, and you have all these, you know, but it still comes from an actual species. But the ones that are out in space, they're small, and then you make them really diminutive, so there's not a lot of weight there, and you know, and you move them through space or stargates, or you get them close, and then they can fly propulsion from there, from the jump off point. Because I think that they do use propulsion from like the moon to here. I don't think that they use it to get to the moon, though. I think they have I really do. I think they have the Stargate system, and I think that's where Dogman comes in. I think Dogman was used to guard it, because I believe that the Anunnaki were real. You know, when I first started this in 2019, I didn't know what to believe about the Anunnaki. Armando Salazar, my partner on this, was always talking about the Anunnaki, and I was like, at the end of one of the shows, I said, look, dude, you talk about this ad nauseum. And I had read, you know, Sitchin's work, and I was like, I don't know what Zachariah's gotten, you know, if he's correct or not. But I went down the rabbit hole and then kind of did my own research, and I came to these conclusions like, oh, there's something to this. And then when you look at the Sumerian tablets as the template for the Old Testament, then it gets kind of like, uh-oh. People don't like that because that destroys their paradigm, and then they have to rethink everything. Doesn't mean that God and Christ aren't real. It doesn't mean that they don't exist. It doesn't take them out of the equation. It just changes the origin stories. You know, what are your thoughts on that, Chris?
Well, I have to refer to what Travis Walton had said about when he woke up in that ship. He was surrounded by these ugly, gray-looking creatures that were trying to put a mask on him, and he managed to fight his way away from them because he's a big dude. If you've ever met him,
yeah, I've talked to him. I've never met him.
Chopping down trees, and so he was a strong guy. He was able to get away from the grays, but then he ran into somebody that looked like a human. And this human seemed to be in charge. He was like, he was calling the shots, but he was wearing a spacesuit, which at the time Travis didn't, it didn't click. You know, why is this guy wearing a spacesuit if I'm not? But he actually thought this guy was there to save him, when in reality, perhaps he was the man in charge, like the Nordics. They're always talking about these tall, blonde creatures from another planet. And who was saying that there's like 14 different kinds of aliens out there that they know of. And But from what I've read and from what I understand, I think the Nordics might be like a little more in charge than any of the others, either them or the reptilians.
Yeah,
But
they're at war.
the Greys
That's
are just that's like the maintenance men, the janitors. Go get us a human and bring him up
Yeah, like
here.
the working class.
Yeah,
Basically.
the drones.
Or at least they're biological robots. What I've heard, Chris, and I don't know if you tell me your opinion on this. I've heard from many different sources, and I've watched so many videos and read so much material on it. When you, like, I started reading about the UFO phenomenon with Bud Hopkins' Intruders, like way back. Like it was the Gulf Breeze sightings thing, and it was like way back. When you get into like what these creatures are nefarious, the things they do too. But when you start getting further and further in and going down that rabbit hole, you start to realize there really are multiple species. Now I don't know about 14. I know there's more than that. There's got to be. I mean, I know that there's Nordics, and there's different types of subspecies of that, and then I know that there's different types of reptilians. From what I understand, the reptilian thing is really convoluted. It's and it's made the obfuscation happens, by our own people too, because they know the truth and then they go and they muddy the water. But they are at war with the Nordics. Now there's a Nordic that live within the earth. Now they came from somewhere else and then they just stayed. Same thing happened with the reptilians. There's a species that was from here. They're indigenous. And then there's another one that came from somewhere else. And those came under the reign of Marduk during the time of the Sumerian kings. And it was after the war that he had with Tiamat. That's a creation legend, but it kind of gets into the whole, that particular invasion started a war that went on for like thousands of years. And I believe that the Vedas, when you start looking at the Hindu texts and when they're talking about these wars that the gods were fighting one another, and it went on and on and on. Each year is one divine year in the Veda, which is 365 years. So when they say that war went on for 800 years, they're talking about 800 times 365, not 800 of our years. So you're talking about a war that went on for a long time, an interplanetary war for the resources and and control of this planet. The Anunnaki had it sewed up until the reptilians showed up, and then they fought. The Nordics, and this is just a plausible theory on my end, could have been a subspecies of Anunnaki that were sort of good, and they decided, hey, we don't want to use people as slaves, to mine for gold and whatever resources we're trying to dig out. The reptilians also had a fifth column. If anybody knows what that is, that's they were not on board with what the reptilians were doing. And supposedly, of course, I'm sure you've heard of this, the war at Dulce. There were reptilians that were involved in trying to circumvent, trying to stop the what these other reptilians were doing. And according to what I have read and uncovered, I don't know if this is completely accurate, but they work closely with the Nordics that have been here for millennium, and they're at war with this other reptilian species. Now, they have underground bases too, but from what I understand, the Greys are split too. So if you take it if you look at okay, and this is just an example, I'm not trying to don't read into this any way, other way, folks, but just an analogy. I just went through a war on YouTube, okay? And there were people on both sides. You had white, black on our side and white and black on their side. And it wasn't racial. It wasn't religious. It wasn't anything. It was just, to me, of course, I think it was just good versus evil. That's just my opinion. But that's what happens. And people divide and species divide amongst what is good and what is evil. And from what I understand, and this is coming from several abductees that have, told me, they've told us this, that they've interacted with, well, at least two in particular, they've interacted with Nordics and they've interacted with reptilians, and not all the reptilians are bad, but not all the Nordics are good. But predominantly the Nordics are good and the reptilians are bad. But you have good and bad on both sides because it is a war, but it's sort of at a stalemate right now. They're not flying and killing each other in the air like they did for thousands of years. That was very costly, and war is destructive. And nobody's going to be doing much mining or taking any resources from anywhere if everybody's killing everybody. So, I mean, what are your thoughts? Have you heard of this? Does this sound familiar?
A lot of it does sound familiar, having read a lot. And the trouble you always run into when you start reading these different stories on what happened, you've got a lot of smoke getting blown in by the people that actually know what's going on.
Oh, of course,
And
the obfuscation.
so you've got to try to figure out, like, this story sounds good, but is it true? This sounds believable. And then you get this other stuff that it's like, oh, this is just a bunch of nonsense. Was it Tom Schneider, the Dulce?
Yeah.
No,
what is his name? Look it up, man.
Schneider.
One of you guys, real quick.
Yeah,
His name is Schneider. I know that, but I don't remember his first name.
That's also a problem when you read tons of documents about these things. The names just start to pile up
together.
Yeah, blending. Especially if they're close.
It's like you and I have read too much.
Yeah.
It gets too. It does.
Was it Philip Schneider?
Philip Schneider.
Philip
Schneider.
Schneider.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Dick Richards just said Phil. Everybody's saying Phil. Yep, that's it.
Yeah. That's the nice thing about modern technology. You can get answers like that real quick without having to grab a book.
We had to go to the library for all this.
You
Or just
also
rack
run
your
into
your brain for hours.
I had to learn the Dewey Decimal System.
Yeah, when I was 17, I read that Intruders, and
the people in charge of these things are now in charge of what we can and can't know. When I was doing research for a show on tiki, a guy, one of my listeners from Australia, found an old tiki, and I think it was a genuine article because it was about 4 inches long and it was kind of beveled at one end. And the original tikis that they made were originally ads for making canoes, and they had made the ads out of this really strong stone. And then when they started getting steel, they didn't need the stone ads anymore. So it's like, hey, let's make some decorative tikis out of these things. So I'm trying to look up tiki to find out the truth behind the stories. And all I can find are, you want to start a tiki bar? You want to buy some tiki? Hundreds and hundreds of pages of just this nonsense, trying to actually find something about the actual origins of the tiki, which was a god. It started out in South China. The Polynesians, they left South China in canoes, and they rowed all the way to Australia over the course of several hundred years. But by the time they arrived in Australia, there weren't any weaklings left. They'd thrown them all overboard, and that's why Polynesians tend to be so big and strong looking. But getting back to the subject we're talking about, this is why I use notes when I do my show, because I get sidetracked and then I can't remember what I was talking about to begin with. The information that we have to dig through to try and figure out what actually happened, when it happened, and who it happened to. Phil Schneider's own story, you can read his own words that he wrote, but it's far better if you get it out of a book rather than off the computer, because there are people out there that are changing history as we go. It's like they're making it to their own benefit, changing what you can and can't find. Some of the hardest stuff to find right now is concerning UFOs, which is hilarious because isn't the government looking into UFOs once again?
Mm-hmm.
And yet
they want to control the narrative of what it is.
Mm-hmm. Like those Chinese weather balloons. It's like, They shot them down, but they won't tell us what they were. Operation High Jump. I had to read hundreds of pages just to get 1 hour's worth of information to do which group of aliens was siding with the Nazis. It's like, okay, do we have really, really bad Nordics and other Nordics that you can get along with? What kind of an alien would say, yeah, those guys in the black uniforms, I like what they're doing?
Well, I mean, when you look at it, though, when you look at the war in the East, which I've studied, there's a book called Blood Red Snow, which is pretty good, and it tells the war in the East was brutal and it was horrible, it was horrific. But I don't feel like the communists actually their body count is several times what the Nazis was. But you hear about the Germans all the time, like they're the bad guys. I'm not saying they were good guys; they weren't the get along gang, believe me. But a lot of it was, propagandized after the war by the Soviets to villainize them, because they forced the East German citizens to go and read these atrocities that a lot of it was made by the NKVD, which was the precursor to the KGB, and a lot of the death camps. They were just taken over by the Germans, like Treblinka. That wasn't a German death camp. That was the Soviet death camp, and then the Germans co-opted it. And then when the Soviets came back through, they retook it, and it was really just black on black. It was horrible. I mean, it's so you read about the atrocities that were committed by these two regimes, in socialism, and, it's really hard to say there was no good guy. I mean, there was not. And then you look at the West and everybody's like, we were fighting this great, we were fighting this holy war. It was the colonial powers. They weren't doing it to save anybody other than themselves so they could keep their empires. It was the French Empire, the British Empire, and of course the Americans, and they were just trying to keep it was the British Commonwealth, and they were just trying to keep what they had. They had colonies all over Africa. Germany didn't have colonies, and Germany was actually had a lot of, this is true. People don't like this, but I'm going to tell you the truth on this show. I'm not going to lie. The Germans had a lot of help from the African people themselves to try to get rid of the British. And the British were being, well, they call it terrorism, but the Africans were just trying to throw their yoke off of them, and saying, look, this is, it's the truth. It did, though. World War II did something, though. It signaled the end of the British as an empire as they knew it before. And like I said, I have a lot of people that listen to the show from Britain. I'm not bagging on the British today. I'm just saying things aren't nearly as cut and dry as they seem, and for an alien presence, the Germans, the Russians, the French, the British, the Japanese, the Chinese, it don't matter. They're just whichever can give them the best deal. You might be like, I'm going to go with this. I don't care what these people believe or what they want, but I'm going to go with them because they're going to give me the best, and you could use them as a hammer against another group. It doesn't mean that you're down with their ideals and principles. Trust me, I've been in situations where I've had to be like, look, the enemy of my enemy is not necessarily my friend, but for right now, he is my enemy's enemy. So I got to kind of support him. Kind of like what's going to happen on Sunday with the 49ers and the Eagles. I hate the Niners, but I'm a Niners fan on Sunday. But that's just how it goes. So if you're looking at an alien species, they're going to be very pragmatic, and they're going to be like, hey, these guys suck. They're not good. They're doing bad things. But we're going to support them so that we can achieve our aims. But you get these weird stories that I was talking about on the show the other day, where these Foo Fighters, they were knocking out British and German aircraft.
They also saw them over Japan.
Japan, I was going to say, they knocked out a lot of Japanese fighters, the Zero fighters, and then they also knocked out, Chinese and Indian aircraft. I mean, there was a lot of different stories of these weird aircraft doing what they did. There was a story I was reading about from Burma, where the British were in Burma, and there was an alien craft that came in and was like, literally, it did something, and like it burned several of the Japanese soldiers, but it also burned the British soldiers too. Kind of indiscriminate. It was just like it just burned up the jungle. And the way that we hear about these craft burning up, it was on YouTube. Somebody had posted it in their. It was a show or whatever they had. I don't even remember who it was. But I didn't really like, he was talking really fast. He was like, oh, man. I'm like, I can't follow what this guy's saying. I had to rewind it, and I hate doing that because then you give them an extra view. It's like a little trick they do. But I told my wife, I was like, I can't watch this. But it was interesting what he was saying. But it kind of goes in time with what we're saying about the border and how these craft were burning people up, you know. And a lot of times when it comes to this subject, you just got to be pragmatic and look at it from a perspective of, you know, what is their perspective on this? You know, like, what are they seeing? You know, like, and for example, we have a cat, okay? When he was a baby, like, he had only been around dogs. Okay, since he was little bitty. We got him when he was 3 or 4 weeks. I don't even think he was weaned. We were giving him milk when we first got him. We found him on Thanksgiving 2019, and now he's big as a tank. But we actually call him that. We call him Panzer because he's a big old tank. And he is something else. He thought he was a dog. So when we got Martis, the black cat we have, Martis is sweet as can be. He's a little ambassador. He's a cool dude. But we got him, and he's like, hey, man, I'm Martis. And our cat was like... And he did not. He loved the other animals, the dogs. He was friends with them. The feed went out.
Oh, okay.
So he loved the dogs because I think he thought he was one. But when he saw Martis, he didn't know what the heck Martis was. He just saw that he was a cat, and he was like, "What are you?" And so he went at him. So from his perspective, he did not know what Martis was, but the dogs welcomed Martis, and they were just like, "Hey, it's another Panzer." You know, so let's just play with him and be friends. But their perspective of it was totally different than the perspective of the other animal, which was another cat. You would think the two cats would be friends and get along, but from his perspective, all he had ever seen was 3 dogs. So he didn't even know what he was. He thought he was one of them. So he thought, this is weird. This animal's weird. I've never seen this kind of animal before because Panzer had never seen himself. So he's screeching at him and swiping at him. Eventually, they became friends. They play all the time now. They were playing early. We were watching them, and that's where we started talking about it before the show. We were watching them play. But, you know, the dogs, they knew that Martis was just like Panzer. They were like, oh, it's another one of these guys. And they saw him as a friend. And they're dogs. And so they just played with him. So for the first couple months, I think Panzer avoided him, didn't he? It was 2 or 3 months.
Yeah.
And he played with the dogs. And eventually Martis and Panzer made friends. And one day we saw them laying together in the hallway. And we're like, oh, cool, they're friends now. But it took him a while to warm up to him because Panzer didn't want anything to do with Martis when he was a baby. But the dogs were just, oh, he's cool. And he would sleep with them and hang out with them. And Panzer avoided everybody for a little while, kind of in protest. But it's a very odd situation. But I told the guys, I was saying, think about it. From Panzer's perspective, this is some weird alien, you know. But to the dogs, it's like he's just like you, you know.
Yeah.
But they didn't like each other. They didn't know each other, you know. So Martis had a whole different perspective because he sees Panzer and he's like, this one, it looks different than these other 3. And he doesn't like me, so I'm just going to stay away from him. But these other 3 animals are cool. And I think eventually, because Martis was raised with other cats, you know, when he was little, when we got him, he was, I think, 2.5 months already. So he had been around other cats, and he was a little goofball. That's why we chose him. You know, they were all for adoption, and he was the playful, cool one. And so we took him. And but from Panzer's perspective, it would be totally different. So if you look at it from a pragmatic standpoint, you know, it's all perspective. You know, what the aliens see, they're going to go with whatever's going to give them the better deal. You know, same thing with countries too. They're gonna jump in bed with whoever species is going to give them the best chance. And it's a very short-sighted view though too, where they will jump on the bandwagon of an alien species. You know, and it's because they're going to give them power over their fellow humans, which is ridiculous. Because when you think about it, at the end, it's bad enough you're dealing with other humans. You're trying to negotiate with an alien species that doesn't have your best interests at heart. And I agree with you. There's none of this Space Brothers stuff going on. I don't believe that at all. That's a bunch of crap. So that's my take on it. But go ahead, Chris. Let me shut up.
Well, it's like you said. It's they go with whatever is best for them, and not necessarily what's best for us. Which, you know, we're the last thing on their minds. who was it? Maria Orsich was a Nazi in between the wars, 1930s, and she was actually channeling information on how to build a flying saucer. They think that she's the one that gave I can't think of his name right now, the German scientist that designed the flying craft. They think that he got it from her. And the funny thing is, at the end of the war,
Von Braun.
huh? No,
I'm talking about
the other guy, the chunky looking guy with the wild hair, the Austrian that they sent back to Germany at the end of the war, and he died like 3 days after he got home. Like they killed him.
I don't know.
Well, he was the one that was actually working on the flying craft without any wings. Looked just like a UFO. And anyway, at the end of the war, Maria and her disciples, there was a bunch of these women, all had hair hung all the way down almost to the ground. That's how you could identify them. The can't think of the name of the group now. They said that long hair was working like an antenna.
Are you talking about Thule? The Thule Society?
Yes, the
Thule Society, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
because they believed in the hinterland was Thule, yeah.
At the end of the war, all of these women disappeared. And there's no record of where they went. The Russians, they swear they didn't take them. The Americans never found them. And Maria, as the war was grinding to a halt, said, it's time we got the heck out of here. And they think that her and her friends jumped on a flying saucer and left. Where they left to, not too sure, but that was just one of the many bizarre things happened in the war. The whole war was pretty darn bizarre.
It was. And then Hitler, here's a weird thing too. Hitler died in Argentina in 1967. Yeah. I believe that. And then when they captured Adolf Eichmann, which I thought was weird, how did the Mossad manage to capture him, but they couldn't capture Hitler? Like, I mean, come on, dude. Well, and then Eichmann gets up there and starts saying, well, y'all sent me to do it. And he's like, I'm a Zionist. And I was like, and then they're like, okay, we've heard enough. And then they execute him. And people are going like, what? Like, so there was some weird stuff.
Eichmann didn't have the support of the party that Hitler would have had.
Yeah.
Because as far as the basic Nazis were concerned, Adolf Eichmann was just another cog in the machine.
But really though, I mean, like some of the things he was saying were bizarre, and he was naming people's names that he was connected with. And I don't know, man. Then when you look at Goebbels, I mean, and then the whole party was bizarre. When you looked at, what's his name, the other one, Mengele, like, why did they never capture him? Like, I mean, but there was a lot of people that claim, and there's a very popular, famous philanthropist, you want to call him? I don't know what you want to call George Soros. I mean, I don't want to get into it. But Soros is,
he's a Nazi.
Yeah, but he's Jewish. But then you get, one of my friends, he's an Israeli, and I talk to him all the time. He runs a store up there at the mall, and we get into some weird discussions sometimes. And he's telling me, he's like, dude, there's some weird people that, he goes, it's never just white and black. There's always these shades of gray, and you don't know who's good and who's bad. And he was talking about there are these anti-Israel Jewish people that will fight. I mean, and it's so weird. And then you'll meet Arabs that are like anti-Arab, and you're just like, what is this? I mean, like, it's just so bizarre.
We've got anti-Americans.
Americans that are anti-American, and then
it seems like an awful lot of them seem to be in Washington right now.
Oh man, I want to get demonetized here. What's his name? God, what was I going to say?
Well, you're the one that mentioned the GS guy.
Well, I mean, you think about it, it's very bizarre. Like, you look at these people, and like I said, it's all perspective, and everybody's jockeying for position on who's going to get then give them the better deal, and there's so many people out there that are just doing whatever for themselves. They don't really care about who's, like they care about the better deal for themselves. They really do. And whatever's going to give them the best position. And then it just gets so bizarre and so muddled. World War II, I could break it down real quick. I mean, I could tell you exactly what I think was going on, but that's probably not for this program. But I really think, though, that there was a lot of, like, you know, like the powers that be were just unloading their crap, you know? Like the bombing of Dresden, that's a weird, I mean, I could get into the whole, like, why did that happen? You know, it was just like, you know, it was a terror campaign against the civilian population. They had the Swiss were there with the Red Cross. There was no military target there. There were 250,000 Jewish and Polish people there, and they got incinerated by the Allies. And then you're going like, why would this have? And how did that happen? Doesn't make sense. And then Stalin was kind of like, oh, I don't want to be a part of that, because they knew that he knew they were going to pin it on him after it was done. So it was predominantly the British and the Americans, with the Soviets participating in sort of, and then they released documents saying that they were unwilling participants. They didn't want to do it. And then you're sitting there going like, if it's too much for Stalin, which nothing was off the table for him. He was the evilest person in the world. Him and Hitler were pretty much, you know, twins. But when you look at why would, you know, that puzzled me, you know, because they bombed that. There was a reason why they did it. I don't know. And we still don't know the whole story. But then when you get the declassified Soviet documents, it's kind of like they were trying to get a body count. That's what I think. I think they were trying to, and then they were going to say, look at all these people that the Germans were killing, when they did it themselves, you know. But they were just trying to justify themselves for what they were doing, because at that point, you know, the war had been pushed. I mean, it was like done. And to me, if Hitler really was, if he actually cared about his people, which I don't think he did, because he didn't create Nazism either. Otto and Gregor Strasser did. And then, you know, I think he would have been like, hey, maybe I should stop and just pull back, you know, and get out of and just go back to Germany and make a stand. And then, of course, there was this plan that they were going to, it was what is it called? The Alpine, the Alps, the redoubt. What's it called, Anthony? We talked about it at length one day, where they could have retreated to this mountain pass, and they could have fought indefinitely. It was called
Not the Giant.
No. It was called the something redoubt, and they could have. Gosh dang it! I hate when I can't remember though, because I wasn't planning on talking about this today. But it is an interesting thing, you know what I mean? That's how this show goes. Though we end up talking about all kinds of weird stuff, but they could have fought indefinitely. But Hitler also, he let Paulus surrender the 6th Army, which was bizarre, and then Paulus
Alpine Redoubt.
The Alpine Redoubt. And so they could have fought on indefinitely from there. I mean, and there was no way with the technology that we had at the time that we could have done anything to them, ever. I mean, they could have just still been there today. And, you know, but until, you know, aircraft was more advanced, with helicopters basically would have been the only way. But helicopters weren't even a thing. They were barely being experimented by the Germans at that time. But when you look at the whole thing with Paulus surrendering in the 6th Army, he never should have. And then he became like an outspoken critic of Nazism the rest of his life, which a lot of people say, well, he did that to save his own skin. But even after the war, long after Stalin's demise, like, he was still doing it. So why would he, like, what was the purpose of it, you know? And I don't know. It's such a weird thing in World War II. And then when you look at Mao and what happened with Chiang Kai-shek and how Taiwan became a country, that's another interesting deal, because Mao stayed up in the mountains completely content to let the Japanese rampage across China. And then once they were driven out, then he comes down out of his mountain pass and takes down the Republican forces of Chiang Kai-shek, driving them off to the island of Taiwan, where they became a Republic of Taiwan, whatever, and he takes over. And then, of course, he drives the country into the ground by killing everything, the animals. At one point, they murdered all the birds, and they realized, oh, birds are important. Maybe we shouldn't have done that, and everybody's starving. But, yeah, that's the fruits of communism. They've done so much great work in the world. You know, and it's like, oh, yay, we fought this war just to give it all half of the world to communism, which was just ridiculous and stupid. But I really think that Churchill wanted the war because he wanted to make himself look better for what he had done. He was responsible for the death of 1,000 sailors. And, of course, he pushed for that war so he could make himself look good.
That little screw up in Gallipoli was also kind of in his pocket.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, oh, yeah. I mean, you know, he did a lot of things that weren't correct. And then he lied repeatedly. He claims that he went up to a building and was like, come on, I'll take you on. That never happened. People close to him were like, nope, he's a constant liar. He's lying about everything. But he did rally the British to stay in the fight.
He was the right man in the right place at the right time. I don't think anybody else could have kept England afloat during the bombing campaign from Hitler. But other than that, most of those people were not nice. Even Vlad Tepes, you know, the Vlad the Impaler. People are like, oh, yeah, Dracula. Oh, that guy was horrible. He was working for the Pope, who told him, keep those Muslims out of Europe. Now, they didn't say how he was supposed to do it. They didn't say, hey, why don't you take about 50,000 of them and put them on stakes? You know?
Spikes. Yeah, the Ottomans were a big problem.
Hey, it kept them out of the country.
Yeah, and the Ottomans were an empire for a long, long time. And Vlad, you know, it was Wallachia, which is just now a province of Romania. But and then he was imprisoned. He was imprisoned by the Habsburgs. You know, of course, he was put in jail by the Catholics, and then he was taken by the Orthodox. So he bounced back and forth. Whoever would give him whoever gave him the better deal. He's like, oh, I'm Orthodox now. And then he got imprisoned, and he's like, you know what? I'll convert to Catholicism if it means I get my freedom. Yeah, I just watched that movie Napoleon. Now that's another, you know, weird sideline. If you get into that movie you can't tell the story of Napoleon in 3 hours. I'm sorry. It's just 61 battles. They talked about Austerlitz and Waterloo, but when they showed the Battle of Waterloo, there again, America has this predilection toward, oh, Britain just all powerful and they win all the time and they're a good guy. You know, and that's the Americans' idea. I don't know what that is, but let me tell you the true history. In 1812, we were fighting a war against England for the second time, and Napoleon was our friend. And Napoleon was at war with them too. And, you know, there's a scene too where they make Napoleon look like a little crybaby where he's like, you think you're so special because you have boats. That's not really what he said. He was like basically saying like having a navy doesn't give you the right to bully the world. That's what he was saying. He didn't go, you think you're special because you have boats. I mean, that's propaganda once again. And it's always, and then at Dunkirk, they said, oh, the French, they threw their guns down and just gave up. Okay, I'm going to say something that irks me to this day. 43,000 Frenchmen died defending the British retreat at Dunkirk. And they don't give a damn they don't get any credit for it. The big heroes were the British who jumped into the ocean and got on boats and retreated. I don't understand that. I don't get it. And another great mystery of that war, and I could do a whole show about the mysteries of World War II, why did Hitler use that fat ass? What's his name? The one that Goering. I can't say
Hermann Goering.
That fat bastard. Anyway, why use that guy to the Air Force? You know, to drive him. You know, to finish him off. He was a
pilot. He was a pilot in World War I.
Oh yeah, I know.
He'd gotten wounded, and because back then they didn't know anything about, you know, drug abuse, and so they put him on morphine because he was, I think his leg was injured.
Yeah, his leg.
And so they just started giving him morphine to take care of the pain. The next thing you know, the guy's a raving lunatic. But he was in tight with Hitler right from the beginning. So it's one of these deals that's like, okay, the guy's a nut job. He's not doing a real good job.
Yeah, it's like, oh, he's my cousin. I have to. I have to have him around.
He's keeping the attention away from Hitler. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a weird thing how why they gave him the task of finishing off the British and the French. I will never understand that, because all they had to do was roll them over with their tanks and finish the battle. And then they could have lined up the artillery and used it to sink most of those ships. Now, some of that artillery was not as powerful. They were like the 30 mils. They were just, that was stupid. The artillery shells were bouncing off of those Matilda tanks like if you were to throw a Tic Tac at a wall. But then the British left 33,000 or 300,000 pounds of armor on the beach.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was unbelievable. And when you're sitting there reading this, and you're like 43,000 French were killed. Not talking about taking prisoner.
Like that recently.
Do what?
Didn't we do something like that?
For sure. No, yeah, for sure. That happened too.
The reason the German army stopped, and people keep saying, well, what happened? Why did they all of a sudden call it quits? The entire German military was on meth. They had gone for days without sleeping.
Without sleep.
And they gotten to the point where the soldiers were just falling over.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was Guderian looked around at his army.
Guderian, yeah.
We've got to stop before our guys start killing each other. And so it's like, what are we going to do? We stick out all these British guys out here on the beach. We got to do something with them. Hey, Herman, would you fly over and see what you can do? And of course, Herman, he's space cadet. He had some issues.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot like Heinz Guderian. If you look, he was a Panzer general, and obviously that is one theory, you know. But Hitler wouldn't have cared because he kept, you know, SS units in place at the siege of Stalingrad and Leningrad. That should, I mean, there was one unit that was there for an entire year. Can you imagine how deranged you would have to be there for an entire year outside of a frozen, you know, city like Leningrad? Just continually fighting, and just it was Army. I think it was Army Group, the North Army Group A, whatever. But they were just continually fighting, and it was like I don't remember which SS unit it was. I think it was maybe it was Liebsten, which it had a lot of foreign volunteers. But they didn't care. They just left them in place, and you're just sitting there going like, "What the heck is this?" I mean, you know, it's just like I said. It's a lot of World War II, a lot of mysteries of World War II.
We also have a huge problem knowing what happened in World War II because at the end of the war, a particular car manufacturer, starts with an F,
Ford,
paid Congress for the rights to tell the world what happened. And he did that because he didn't want anybody to know that he owned Audi, which was a German vehicle manufacturer that was making vehicles for the Nazis.
Oh yeah, Hitler created Volkswagen. The design was Albert Speer, and Albert Speer,
the Audi company was owned by Ford. Oh, did I say Ford's name? It was owned by Ford, but they were working for the Nazis, and it was still he was still getting money from them right up until the end of the war. So,
yeah, and another thing too. When you look at the JFK assassination, which I talked about that on the show on Truth and Bassett's show on Saturday, the JFK's dad, you know, he was Joe Kennedy. He was a big supporter of the IRA, and during the war, they committed a lot of acts of what the British call terrorism. The Irish call it, you know, reprisals and liberation, whatever. But they were doing. They were very partisan.
Is somebody's terrorist.
That's right. That's right, and the Irish were bombing and doing all kinds of things, and they were being supplied and helped by the Germans. Another thing that was like Stalin was very upset with, you know, Roosevelt and with Churchill because they didn't go after Franco with the Azul division in Spain, and they downplay it. Now, if you go to Wikipedia, they'll tell you that the volunteers of Spain were less than 5,000. That is an absolute inaccurate lie. Some estimates, true estimates, are as much as 400,000. But as long as they were, you know, shipped to the front. They were just constant rail cars going to the front. The jump off point was in Poland, I believe, and these trains were moving from Spain all the way to Poland. And it was as long as Franco, he said, as long as they fight, he didn't want to fight the West because he was surrounded by them. So he said, as long as they fight the Soviets, he was okay with it. So a lot of the Azul division, and a lot of them took part in the fighting in Stalingrad and Leningrad, and there were Spanish units that fought all the way up to the end. Predominantly, the defense of Berlin was done by Spanish units, a lot of Bulgarian, Romanian, Hungarian units, Czech units that they weren't even Germans. The Germans were decimated. There was hardly anything left, and they were mostly, in the woods as SS units, Das Reich and Totenkamp. They were all inside those woods, and when you look at the defense of Berlin, there was a lot of French too. I mean, it's true, man. The Vichy regime was in the south. Now, what really drove the French to turn and help in the Operation Torch when the Allies landed in Africa? More casualties were inflicted by the Moroccan and the French Vichy than were the Germans. The Germans were barely there. It was a small garrison there of a couple thousand, and then the rest were all French and Moroccan and Tunisian troops, and they inflicted massive casualties on the Americans and British. What's crazy, when you look at history from the lens of like just taking be impartial, I know it's hard, but to try to be impartial and look at it from the correct perspective, and then you start to see this whole picture, that takes form, and it's really odd when you start to look at it through that lens. The reason the French turned, I believe, was Dunkirk. I believe that a lot of the French were disillusioned, and they were angry. They were angry at the British because they looked at the British as being cowardly and having literally jumped into the ocean to get away. I mean, there's footage you can look, and see these British soldiers are swimming to get in boats. And the French were very upset. And of course, de Gaulle, he ended up in Britain and as a government in exile, and the Vichy regime took hold. And Hitler didn't even have to mess with half of France because they just said, you know what, we're on your side. I mean, these people didn't help us. But then they get this reputation, which I don't like history the way that it's being painted, good or bad. It's the truth is the truth. These people, when they say things like, oh, it's a French gun, never been fired, only dropped once, and you're like, yeah, 43,000 of them died covering the British retreat, but yet the British are the big heroes, the Spitfires, they're doing all this and that, and Iron Maiden singing songs about how great it is. Yeah, whatever. Some of it might have been their finest hour, but Dunkirk damn sure wasn't, and it was a damn shame that they ran and left the French there to be slaughtered, and, I mean, when you look at it from a lens from the French perspective, I was a Frenchman. I would have been very pissed off. I mean, and then you get the bad rep. They held the Germans in place for 3 weeks where they were being slammed with armor, but the British had the advantage with the Matilda tanks, and they had the superior armor. But their officer cadre was so pitiful and so bad, and they're not really good on land. Britain has always been a naval power. They're an island people, and when you look at their navy, yeah, it's a machine. But on land, I mean, they were just not getting it done. And their soldiers, when the Germans were taking them prisoner, they noticed the marked difference between the French and the British soldiers. The French looked more healthy. They weren't covered in lice, and they were shocked at the condition that the British were left in. And that's because their officers were lousy. Same thing with the Romanians. When the Soviets were taking the Germans prisoner, everybody was starving and skinny and malnourished. But the Romanians were just undisciplined, and because their officers were all fat and well-fed, while their soldiers were just raggedy and just totally just useless.
How did the British do in the air?
Oh, in the air, they were great.
So they had air and water.
That's what that whole song, 2 minutes to midnight, Aces High. What is it? Aces High?
Yeah, it's Aces High.
Aces High, fight to live, that song, do or die. There were some amazing battles that they won in the air against the Japanese and the Germans. But, I mean, so what? It's like Napoleon said, he goes, the British, they don't know how to fight on land. He's like, they want to be in the water, And of course they say things about the French. They're like, they're like on Last of the Mohicans. They said the French don't have the nature for war.
Yeah,
They'd
call
rather
them
eat
cowards.
and make love with their faces than fight. Their Latin lasciviousness combines with their Gallic laziness, and the result is that they don't want, which is very horrible to say. But there again, the French and Indian War, the French had the Indians back, and the Indians had their back. The Corps de Bois became a very a staple in throughout the West. Everywhere you would go, if you could find a French trapper or a French tradesman, you could make friends with the Indians because you could rest assured them and the Germans were friends with them. Whereas the British were like, "Who are all these people? Get away, you savage!" And they would, they did. The Anglos were very barbaric, and they would fight them. And the French would be like, "Hey, let's trade. I got some wine and some beads." And so, I'm not sitting up here saying that I'm pro-French, but I'm saying that history gives them a bad rap.
I mean, you can say the same thing about Canada.
The British. Let me explain to you. The British kept the French out of the New World. You know how? Their navy. The British have 100 ports. It's all just one big island. The French have that one coast. That's it. So if you can shut that down, the French and the Spanish, they can't push as many people out. The British were sinking troop transports in the French and Indian War, and the French were not making it to the New World. So the British ended up outnumbering them over here like 3-1. Whereas the French army was here in a large mass at the beginning because they weren't really the British weren't stopping them at first. They were in Canada, and then they came down from the north. The war pops off. A lot of it was fought in the Northeast, and it was between the Algonquin tribes, which were selling old scores with the other Native Americans. I better stop talking about history. I'm losing listeners here, but I get into history, and I'm telling you, it's not what people think. It is not the way that they think it is. And I can promise you this, Waterloo and Duke of Wellington, douchebag, would not have won that war. I promise you on everything I own, if he didn't have the help of the Prussians, the Austrians, and the Russians. That people always try to say that the British defeated the French. And in the movie, really pissed me off, too, because they made it look like it was just one battle where the Duke of Wellington defeated him. The only thing that they alluded to was when Prukow, he came in, and that was the general from Austria. When he shows up, he's like, thank God. It shows that the British were they were nervous because, and the truth is they were getting their asses kicked. And Napoleon he was going to win, but he was fighting, 4 large armies. At that time, Austria and Prussia weren't united, and Germany was not a country. There was no Germany. It was 7 different places. Yeah. But when you look at when they invaded Russia, the French army had Poland, they had Austria, they had most of the German states. They all formed an army, and they went into Russia. And it was very much the same thing when Germany went into Russia. It was the same thing. And you can't tell me that Hitler did not. Yeah, but it was so stupid because Hitler could have looked and seen, hey, what Napoleon tried to do was march from Moscow to St. Petersburg. His generals told him, hey, let's go and winter in Poland. And he's like, nah, I'm going to go and finish this, blah, blah, blah. That was the main mistake he made. The Grand Army, 600,000 soldiers of the French army, he came back with 40,000. It was a disaster. But what was really telling about it was, and what it has to do with this show and what I talk about, is that the powers that be, the monarchists, the monarchies, right? It's a bloodline. It is a bloodline. And you know what it is? It's reptilian. I don't care what anybody says. That is the truth. That is the absolute truth. They are reptilians. It's a bloodline, and it was going on back then. Napoleon was not one of them. You know what he was? He was a poor Corsican. You know what Corsica is? Corsica is a little bitty island in the middle of nowhere outside of France. It was a French holding for hundreds of years.
It was French, it was Italian, then it was French.
Italian, that's right.
Italian, then it was French again, and it was Italian again. And
Yeah, and so it was a little bit of nothing, and he became the hero of France, much like the little guy from Vienna, Hitler. He was just a little corporal, and Churchill delighted in calling him La Petite Corporale, you know, which is basically the little corporal. He liked to call him that. And de Gaulle, they made fun of him. But he was from Vienna. He wasn't even German. He was Austrian.
Yeah.
And so a lot of people are like, there's a weird parallel there between him and Hitler.
It was almost like from the very beginning, somebody was setting Hitler up to do what he did.
Yeah.
Because he was from Austria, and when World War I broke out, he went and enlisted in the German army, which you're not supposed to have been able to do.
Right.
He should have been in the Austrian army.
And the Austro-Hungarians had their own empire at that time.
Yeah. Somehow somebody said, "Oh no, that guy with the little mustache." Well, he didn't have the little mustache at the time.
That little art teacher over there.
He put that guy in the German army. We need him for some reason.
And he got gassed.
The things going on behind the curtain. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Things going on in our world that if you just look at them as, well, that's the way the world is, it sounds crazy. But if you look at it from under the microscope of maybe somewhere there's a group, tall, blonde, Aryans, or maybe it's the reptilians, or maybe somebody out there who is manipulating things to make things turn out the way they want them to. It's like a lot of things in the world don't make any sense when you look at them individually, but if you line them all up and you look at it as one big puzzle, it's like, ooh, that's a picture of the elites, something.
Yeah, and when you look at what you said about how he enlisted in the German army, he was Austrian, and the three powers that fought, you know, in World War I, because World War I, you can't study World War II without knowing World War I. World War I happened because of, you know, Franz Ferdinand was, you know, the Serbian, you know, he was killed, whatever, in Serbia, the Archduke. And then it drug all these countries into it. That sounds like a very kind of oversimplification. It sounds silly. But when you look at Hitler, how many times he survived was so bizarre. And then you wonder, was it, you know, like he thought it was divine providence, but something was looking out for him. But just like serial killers, there's always they always almost get caught. Like Jeffrey Dahmer, he almost got caught. Thank you for that donation, Autumn. I was beginning to think nobody loved us anymore. We're talking too much history there. They're like, we don't love this guy anymore. He's gone off the rails.
We started out talking about UFOs, and now we're talking about World War I and II.
Well, I mean, they go hand in hand, though, because history...
It's all connected.
It's all connected. That's one thing I always talk about, Chris. I don't know how familiar you are with my show.
But I've listened to a lot of them.
Well, you have my shirt. You wear my shirt, so you probably do. I mean,
and I read your books.
Well, thank you. What did you think of the books? Honest opinion on the air.
Fantastic.
Tell the truth. Really?
I'm glad to hear that somebody is in the same boat that I'm in when it comes to Bigfoot, Dogman, flying saucers, some kind of a paranormal connection. I've gotten too many lectures from too many Bigfoot experts that you can't call Bigfoot a paranormal. The two don't go. It's like, have you talked to Bigfoot? Have you taken his hand?
Exactly.
Let's get his take on it.
Are you sure you know what Bigfoot is or isn't?
So you're calling Bigfoot normal then? That's what you're telling me?
Yeah, I right after the book, you know, was out, I contacted Nick Redfern. I said, Nick, it's ready. I want you to do the forward. And he's like, oh, yeah. You know, Nick's one of the nicest guys. As soon as he was done reading it, he calls me. He goes, Josh, I got to tell you, this is awesome. This is what I've been wanting to hear, you know. And I told him, I said, dude, this is the truth. And that's what it is. Barton Nunley and him, you know, been shouting it from the rooftops for a long time. I got attacked by the what's the guy from Coalition for the Critical whatever. I went on. We destroyed that dude on freaking coming on my Facebook saying stuff. And I guess he fights with the apers or whatever. And I said, look, dude, you're punching above your weight at this point. I'm not an aper, and I'm not interested in what you think or have to say. You attack my wife, and we got into it. You know, I had to take a little dip out of my war and go into dealing with him and take care of that situation. But I understand their stance. I just don't agree with it. And as long as they're copacetic and everything's, they're cool, I'm not going to get into it with them. But
that's the thing too, is like, you understand their stance. I don't even think they're willing to give us the time of day to even try understanding.
And I don't care if they give it or not, because we have our own audience. Paranormal Roundtable is its own entity.
Why are so many, say, Bigfoot enthusiasts, I don't know what to really call them, why is it they are so dead set that it's got to be an ape? Whereas they've never found a body, we've never talked to one, we've never actually seen one up close, but it's got to be an ape.
Well,
it's all, as opposed to, we don't know what it is. We just know that we see it in this one area. What was RPG? I don't know exactly what his initials stand for. I've heard him on several shows, and he was saying on one of the many podcasts I listened to that he believes that there is a Bigfoot out in the woods that is a big ape, and it lives out in the woods and it eats fruit and vegetables and small furry animals once in a while. That's not what he said, but something like that. And he said, then there's this other thing that can take on the resemblance of a Bigfoot, because it knows that there are going to be humans out there wandering around out in the woods looking for it, and it's trying to draw them in so that it can do whatever it's going to do with them. Like, how many hunters go missing in the woods every year? Maybe a quick snack. Or do they suddenly appear in front of somebody, scare the heck out of them, chase them through the woods so that they can feed on the fear that is being produced by this person? One of the many shows I did. I lost you?
No, I'm right here. I'm listening.
Yeah, it's I did a show called Oscuros, which is these creatures that feed on fear. And what really blew my mind when I was putting the show together, I came across the Gnostic writings. What was it called?
The Nag
Hammadi. Yeah, that thing.
Yeah.
And in their writings, they told of a invisible race from another planet that fed on people's emotions. And when I read that, I was like, who's reading whose mind here? But it's a theory that's, to me, it makes a lot of sense. How many times do you hear about a person that have a dog man, a Bigfoot, a creature encounter? Now, you get a dog man, he's 7 feet tall, he's part wolf, part dog. Shouldn't he be able to outrun anybody? And yet you've got story and story after story of people actually being able to outrun a dog man, outrun a Bigfoot through the woods in the dark, as if this creature's playing with them. Scare the pants off of them and then feed on this energy that's flowing off of the person. Just a thought.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, I mean, in the book we explore a lot of it's the Bigfoot phenomena. Like the Bigfoot thing is its own phenomena, but there is also phenomena is with an A, not ending in NON.
Yeah,
that surrounds Bigfoot. I mean, the phenomena that goes around it. But the Bigfoot is a phenomenon of itself. We don't, and that's why I named it that. And then the werewolves and the dogman phenomena. And the way that I approached that first book, obviously different than the second book, I just felt I was a little more stiff. Like I felt like this is quote unquote the way to do it. And then I just started getting a lot more influence going into the Bigfoot book because I had all these plans to interview all these different people, and then I just narrowed it down and said, you know what, let me just hyper-focus on each one of these and go more into the accounts, which is what I should have done with the Dogman. But I'll get another crack at it because I'm going to do another one about cryptids just in general, tying it into the paranormal, because for some reason the word paranormal has been hijacked into being just ghosts, which is not what that is. Everything is paranormal when you're talking about all this stuff. the very definition of it doesn't make sense. You wouldn't say that that's 1 in 2 people has seen a ghost. Almost 50% have seen ghosts. So that doesn't really make it paranormal. That makes it more just a normal thing.
Normal. It's the normal paranormal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I keep hearing you say that you're going to have a third Dogman conference, hopefully, maybe, possibly.
Yes, you're going to be there, right? It's going to be up here in Austin.
Oh, I was hoping it get a little closer, a little like San Antonio or something.
Oh, I'd like to go to that. That's too far, though. That would be like taking it a little too far south. I think I'm putting it in Austin. But you're only, 4 hours from here, probably?
Oh, it's 4 hours there and 4 hours back.
Yeah.
Unless I have to rent a room or something, or take my RV.
Half of it's just going to be driving down 35 from South Austin to the convention. That's it. Part of it. That's how bad 35. It's horrible, man. I was talking to one of my. Go ahead.
I've never been in Austin ever where I haven't gotten in a traffic jam.
It's always
2 o'clock in the morning.
This is LA East right here.
Yeah. It's like I do not like. I would rather drive through Houston than Austin.
That's. I was just gonna say, one of the people that his mother. I was talking to her today. It's one of my guards, and I was on the phone with her because she just got done having surgery, or whatever, and she might come work with us. So I was giving her some schedules, possibilities, whatever.
Don't put them together.
And and she was saying, she's like, I don't want to drive 35, and my wife was sitting next to me, and she's like, I don't blame you. And then she was saying that she would rather drive in Houston. I said, you're exactly right. And Houston's no picnic, but Houston, San Antonio, Dallas, Fort Worth area. They're all congested, but they have more of a sense. Like Austin's like, we're going to be small. No, you're not. And they were telling everybody for 2 decades, we're not gonna grow. And they just kept growing until they got 1.5 million people. And now they're like, oh no, we're the 10th largest city in the country, or 9th, or whatever the hell it is now. And they're like, oh, maybe we should do something about the infrastructure. No, duh. Should have happened a long time ago. But so I'm gonna let you run. But dude, we didn't even get you're gonna have to come back on pretty soon, like real soon, and do this again, because I've had a great time talking to you, and there's a lot of meat left on the bone for sure. And we need to record together too, Chris, so we can go in depth and we could reach more people from the podcast, because the podcast has a lot more people than just the YouTube channel, the YouTube whatever. For sure, Chris. And you don't live that far away. When are you going to be at next? You got a conference coming up? Anything going on?
The only thing I can think of right off the top of my head is the Jefferson. What is it? The UFO conference in September, I believe it is.
Yeah, well, that's going to be probably right before or after mine.
That's only 500 miles from here.
Craig, that's Craig Woolheaters. Yeah, yes, Craig was at my conference. You didn't come to the Fort Worth conference.
I wanted to.
You had something
I wanted to. Yeah, I was still paying for the engine in my truck.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. I would have loved to have you on the panel for sure.
I was en route to Edinburgh. I had tickets to everything. The site visit. I had a table at the festival. I had tickets to the show, the UFO conference, and I was in Roma, and my truck started to really bad run. I lost 2 cylinders, and when you've only got 6 to begin with,
yeah,
and I'm pulling a 20-foot trailer, travel trailer, and I had to limp home, praying that I would get home. I didn't want to be broke down the side of the road. It took an entire tank of gas to go 70 miles.
Wow.
That's how bad it was. I still have the same truck. It's paid for. I had to put a new engine.
Oh man.
So anyway, yeah.
Let me ask you this. Tell the people where they can get your books.
Oh yes. Amazon.com carries everything. It's quick, it's easy, but there's more than one Chris James, so you kind of got to search for them. The easiest way to find my books is to type in Laredo Paranormal Research Society and then take it from there, because they'll connect you to the other books. if you're in Laredo, you can buy them right here at the Organic Man Coffee Truck, but most people aren't in Laredo.
Yeah, I definitely don't go there anymore.
It's
But
it's got its pluses. I'm still looking for them, but it's got them. No, I've been here since '88.
Wow.
All the people I know live here. And I know a lot of agents, they retire and it's, I'm out of here, and they move somewhere else. Who do you hang out with? All your friends are here in Laredo. So, well, we just decided to stay. Besides, my house is here and it's paid for. But there are worse places like Austin.
Oh, yeah. Austin's beautiful, but a lot of the beauty is being destroyed by the homeless people.
No, they're urban outdoorsmen.
The urban outdoorsmen, is that what they are? They definitely are. They're outdoorsmen. I don't know if they're,
we have plenty of our own here in Laredo. We get all
all
the colorful ones.
Wow.
I wrote a book. It was fiction way back when I first decided I wanted to write humor, because I'd rather have a good laugh than a bad scare. And I wrote a book called Flying Saucers Attack Walmart.
Wow.
And in it, the people of Walmart?
Oh, yeah.
All of the colorful characters. Now, I don't recommend anybody buy that book because it was my first attempt at humor. But all of the special people in the book are actual people that I've met.
Wow.
And some of them, like just as an example, the terrorist ninja squeegee man. Yeah, he used to stand on a street corner holding a squeegee up, and he was all dressed in black from head to foot, but on his head he had like an Italian tablecloth.
Wow.
And he would stand, he wouldn't move. He would just stand there holding the squeegee, like people would see him and throw him money, but he never moved. And I would see him every day because he was right down the street from my house. I put him in the book. I have no idea who that guy was, but
it's like a royal palace guard.
Every once in a while, you'd see him running down the street naked. I've seen way too much of the guy. Yeah, he was not all there upstairs.
Wow,
but
there's a lot of them here.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've been to Austin for a lot of EMS conferences. Anyway, but yeah, I'd love to make your next Dogman conference, simply because it's a fascinating subject, and I get sick and tired of the tree hugging, granola munching, Bigfoot stories that you hear from a lot of other people. It's like,
yeah, and we tripped one up the other day. She was all like, and the Bigfoot was so sweet to me and so kind, and I was like, what color were his eyes? Blue.
Blue.
I was like, geez, you didn't know right away, did you? You were looking right, and they were touching your face, and they were so kind, but you didn't know automatically what their eyes were. You looked at them up and down. And...
Has anybody ever seen a Bigfoot with blue eyes?
Yeah, I was going to say this.
Well, we just interviewed somebody that's going to come on the show to be on not the next 2 Thursdays, but the third Thursday coming up. That person did. But it wasn't no tree hugging, nice granola eating Bigfoot. But he comes on, he tells his story, and I recorded with him, and that will be in 3 weeks?
Yeah,
3 weeks from yesterday. So, and we recorded with him, and yeah, but he's not. He's a good friend of Matt Imsh, but he's going to be on the show on the Thursdays. We do the interviewing people about their experiences and stuff, and Deborah Hatswell is going to be on Thursday. I kind of let the cat out of the bag. She's going to be on Thursday, but that one we recorded. It wasn't wasn't really pleasant for her either. I kind of am dubious on some of these people's encounters when they tell me that Bigfoot was great and that tucked him into bed and, gave him a lollipop and all this stuff. I'm just like, really?
Then you've got these kids that get lost in the woods, and they tell about being picked up by a bear or
man.
something that took care of them, and what are those kids encountering? Kind of makes you you know.
Well, if you go to What Lurks Beneath, Josh Nanokio, a good friend of mine, I was just
Mm-hmm.
chatting with him yesterday. We were messaging back and forth about some stuff. You know, he covered the whole bear man accounts in Yosemite. And he gave me carte blanche. I could use any of the stories, or if I can talk to the witnesses, whoever. Like, he's really cool about that. Albert Rosales is another guy, really good guy. The NADP and the IDP have given me, like, to talk and use the witnesses, talk to them, whatever. Barton Unley, same thing. I have a lot of good friends that have been very forthcoming, and we've traded back and forth, me and Nick Redfern. I gave him some Chupacabra witnesses, but he never did anything with them because he'd already written the Chupacabra book. But he's talking now like he wants to do something. I don't know what we're going to do. We're trying to figure it out. I'm trying to wrap up my third book coming up and seeing how that's going to be. But I still have like 3 witnesses to interview. And once that's done, then I'm going to figure out, how I'm going to lay it out there. It's about MK Ultra.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's a freaky one, man. I don't know. I'm going to try and pull it off. Let's see what happens.
Bigfoot and Dogman to MK Ultra. That's a bit of a jump.
Yeah, well, it's all together because, I believe that this is all connected. There's a lot in our world that's, and I think once I do the UAP thing, the unidentified alien presence, I think once I do that, and then I'd write the ghost book, I think that it's because my goal is to have by 2020, by the end of 2025, I've said this before, I want to have 10 books. And everybody says you're crazy. That can't be done. And I said, well,
Nick Redfern writes like one a month, doesn't he?
Nick Redfern, probably in the time that we've had this conversation, he's already written another one. Because I bought his book recently, The Mind Control, because he reached out to me and he's like, Josh, you want to know about the MK Ultra, my book, Mind Control, it's all about that, and then so I got it and I was looking over it and I was kind of going over it because Ken had told me that he had written, as me and Ken Garrett were shooting the breeze, this is literally what happened. And I said, he goes, what are you doing? And I said, I'm writing a book, and I made a joke. I said, I'm halfway through. I said, I'm in the middle of a book. And he's like, how many pages? Because he thought I was like, I said,
reading.
I'm on page 6. And he goes, wow, your book, it's a pretty small book. And I was like, he made a joke about it. And I said, look, I'm not Nick Redfern, all right? I'm trying to. And so he goes, what is it about? And I told him, I said, I just got the phone with Chris Garetano. And I said, I just got the phone with Chris and then Barton. And Barton had a witness on not too long ago. Remember Anthony, Tony? Very interesting guy. You got to go check that out. He went by the name of Mr. T, and he had dwarfism, but he went through this MK Ultra stuff. And so me and Barton were talking, and then I talked to Garetano, and I said, look, I got this witness, Brian, and what do you think? And Garetano says, I believe him after we got done. And so then right after that, Ken had called me, and it was completely unrelated. And then he said, what are you doing? And I said, I'm in the middle of a book. Because I want to sound smart and studious to my author friends. I'm like, I'm writing, Ken. What are you doing? Huh? Playing with animals at the zoo? Your little animal friends? Right? I'm writing a book, sir. Ken's like, yeah, I've written like a dozen of them. Okay, whatever. No, I get it. So I told him, I said, I'm writing. And then when I told him what it was about, he goes, well, Redfern's already done that. And I said, I just talked to Nick. And so I go back on Amazon and I'm looking and I'm like, well, I'll be damned. And Ken's like, there it is right there. He wrote a book about MK Ultra.
He wrote the book after he talked to you.
Yeah, after he talked to me, he got on there and typed it all up. Ding. And so I called Nick back after I got the phone with Ken. And I said, hey, Nick, I got a question for you. And he goes, yeah. And I said, did you write a book about MK Ultra? Well, no, I wrote a book about mind control and MK Ultra. And I'm like, so you wrote a book about MK Ultra? So I ordered the book and I'm partway through it, but it's not going to clash with what I'm writing. I might use some for reference, but it should work out. I think it's going to work out, and I got a lot of fleshing out to do. But I am eager that it's going to be something that hasn't been seen before. And as soon as that's done, then we're going to do the UAP project. That's
the hard part, is getting fresh insight onto things like this. Because there's too many of them that it's like, didn't I just read this book?
Yeah.
No, it was another book by another writer, but it kind of the same footprints.
And they copy you too. There's this guy, I don't want to say his name because people go out and look at his book. If you want to look for it, folks, go ahead. His name is Jim. I'm not going to give you his last name, but he's on Amazon. And this guy literally wrote a book just quoting me left and right and put like chapters about me in there. And that would be flattering if it wasn't basically stealing my work. And then, you know, he's welcome to interview the same people I do and use the same witnesses. I have no problem with that. If somebody gives you a story, it's not your story. They could go and give it to you. They could give it to Lyle or Ken or whoever. They could go to David Paulides. It doesn't matter who they give it to. They give it to anybody in this community. I'm not like, oh, that's my story. You gave it to me first. You know, it's like, no, dude, it's not your story, pal. But then I'm very, you know, about that. I don't care. But don't quote my show and then get the episode numbers wrong. Okay. That really made me mad because I was sitting there looking at, I was like, what, dude? This guy's not even like he didn't even bother to like get the episode numbers right. And he's like, and to quote Josh Turner and again, I'm like, I was like, what are you talking about? So, and it's happened a couple times. And I got really aggravated with that. I was like, this is annoying to say the least, because you're not giving me credit, first of all, correctly, you know, and then Barton had said there was a guy on there who was like basically just, he was on his YouTube channel just reading straight out of Barton's book. And he's right. I mean, these people do that. They'll just take somebody's book and just basically read out of it and then get views. And you're like, this is crazy. Like the stuff that's going on, it's just stupid, dude.
I guess they've never talked to Art Bell. You start reading and he'll hang up on you. Well, he would hang.
I tell you right now, man, it's when you look at what's happening, everybody's trying to rip everybody off, and I just can't stand what's going on. There's no originality. You know, bring a fresh perspective, you know, as best you can. I think you've done that. I think you're one of those people, and I hope people will go out check out Chris. He's a good guy. I enjoyed my conversations with him.
Strange Things with Chris James.
There you go.
I'm actually amazed when I'm somewhere and somebody will come over and, hey, you're that guy on the podcast. I'm like, do you listen to me? You know, it's always a shock, which I don't even listen to myself. That's why I don't edit the show ever. I can't.
Well, I tell you what, let's set up a time and I'll come on your show. If you want me on there, I'll do it. I always record with people that I care about or I'm friends with.
I'm having issues doing interviews right now because of computer problems.
Well, it sounds like we need to help you with that because Anthony can give you some advice about that. He helped Bettina recently.
Yeah, definitely.
We figured out what Bettina's problem was. She's like, my computer's from 2007. And we're like, well, there's your issue right there.
This is a brand new computer, but I can't get it to record from Skype. Maybe it's Skype. Maybe that's a problem.
Don't use Skype. You just call me on Facebook Messenger or through the phone, and you can do it that way.
It's one of those things. To me, a computer has these great big reels, you know, like from Lost in Space. And I can't get over the fact. Danger, Will Robinson. I can't get over the fact I actually have two computers sitting right here in front of me, and a third one right here. And it's like, but to me, it's still, you know, I'm still trying to catch up with modern technology.
I tell you what you need to do. Just get a YouTube channel and just do what everybody else does. You can go live through StreamYard. I think that's what everybody's doing. When we did it, we had to wait till we hit 10,000, Anthony, right?
To go live?
Yeah.
I think it's like 1,000.
No. When we did it, we didn't go because we started off.
Probably.
We had several thousand coming out the gate because I had been on DER for 6 years or whatever the heck it was, 4 years, whatever. So. Yeah, from 2015, I think, to 2019, I was working with him. And so when we started our channel, we had, I think, within like a couple months, we had several thousand people. But we had to wait until we got to 10,000 before we could go live. YouTube had much stricter rules a few years ago than they do now. Now, yeah, you can just have 1,000 people and you can go live. Everybody uses StreamYard. I'm not a fan, not a big fan of StreamYard. I don't like the way it's set up. But anyways, all right, Chris, I'm going to let you run so I can close this out. But thank you for coming on. We got to get you back on the live and talk about other stuff, and then we need to record together for sure.
Maybe
if you get it set up, let me know.
Maybe talk about the subject we had planned.
Yeah. We just kind of go off, whatever, but we'll do it. We'll get it done because.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what the live is about, though. It's just about
more loose.
Yeah, just being up here talking.
We're very stiff on the recording. We're like, then what happened, Chris? And Chris is like, and then what happened? Tell the audience. Okay, goodbye. And that's how we talk.
No, Chris, you cannot go to the bathroom.
No, Chris, you will not. You use the bucket right there. Do not leave. The laboratory is closed. And that's how we talk. That's how we act. We're very stiff. And people on Spotify are like, man, those guys mean business. And then they come to YouTube and we're just hanging out, just all loose. And they're like, whoa, what's going on here, man?
What I hate about Spotify, as soon as I'm listening to you on the podcast, and you're just getting to the really good part, then they throw in that dang Spotify commercial.
Is it my commercial, the one that they make me do, or is it? Yeah, it's like, hey guys, you want to be a podcaster? Guess what? Well, go after yourself. That's what happens.
Every single time, just getting to the good part. Oh, but here's a commercial.
Yeah, we do that on purpose. We listen to it ourselves, and we put in the ads right when at the cliffhanger.
We try to be as annoying as possible. I sound very artificial on there. I have to just say it like, hey, folks. Have you thought about being a podcaster? Well, guess what? It's really hard and it sucks.
Yeah.
But no, you can't say that. You got to say it's very fun and easy. And Spotify actually, and this is not a plug, but they do make it not hard if you know what you're doing. Now, and YouTube, yeah, I like YouTube. I like them both. It's just they're different arenas. We have a lot of listeners across 15 platforms. I didn't even realize, or I'm sorry, now 16 platforms, right?
Yeah.
16 platforms, and we have bunches of listeners. I get people that'll show me their views that they watch me on different platforms, and they'll be like, "This is the platform I use, whatever." And I always cringe. I'm like, "That platform doesn't do anything for me," and then I get mad and I say mean things to them. I'm just kidding. I don't. But apparently it got to some radio guy up there in Philly that doesn't like my opinion of the Eagles. But you know what? Oh well. He's over there like, yeah, that's nut job down in Texas. And a stupid paranormal show, whatever. I'm like, well, I think you're stupid. All you talk about is football. I mean, that's got to be something, I mean, and I stand by that. I mean, these guys, I would love to have a thing, but I would want to switch it up. I wouldn't want to just talk about sports all day. That'd be too much. Geopolitics is interesting, but then that gets old too, and you have to go through all the international channels because you can't get the story here. I can tell you that. But all right, Chris, I'm going to let you run for real this time. Okay.
Well, all righty. I do appreciate having me on the show, and let's do it again sometime.
We will. We have to. We didn't get everything out. We started talking about all kinds of crap. I blame you.
History. It's not what's written in those books.
All right. Okay, Chris. You have a good night, man.
You bet. Later.
All right, bye. So that was Chris James. Good guy. I like him. He's cool. I had a really good time with him at the UFO conference, at the Conference of the America, or what's it called? The Mall of the America. What is it? I can't remember what the heck it's called. Something Mall.
The mall in San Antonio?
Yeah, the one where they had the big conference.
I don't know, the Riverwalk Mall.
No, that's the Riverwalk. No, I went to it was the Mall of the Americas or something like that. It's the Mall of the Americas, I think it's what it's called. So if you want to watch a good movie, I went to watch a movie with my wife and with Anthony and my friend Stefan, who works with us. It was, I thought it was very good. It was Napoleon with Joaquin Phoenix.
Overall, I liked it.
I met him years ago downtown. I think he probably remembered me. Like Chris James says, I'm pretty imposing. You probably remember me, a big old dude, because he was at our club for a couple days down here in Austin. And I remember when he came out on Gladiator, and I was like, "Hey, I know that guy." And somebody in the back's like, "Sit down, a-hole." I'm like, I know him. All right, anyway, he came out as Commodus.
I would have laughed if you turned around. It was like, "Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained?" Never met Russell Crowe, but I thought he did a great job as Commodus. But I think he was good as Napoleon. Somebody was saying, wasn't Napoleon really short? No. That's a myth.
Everybody was short back then.
Hitler wasn't short either. They just like to say things about people in history.
Like compared to us giants now that we had like years of eating, of course we look bigger compared.
Oh yeah, I mean everybody's big now. I mean, we're just talking about the NFL. Those guys are monsters.
Ladies, the guys you would consider short and not dating, I think that's like the normal height back then.
Yeah. What was that all about?
What?
You switched it over and said, yeah, and then...
Well, I thought Tony was going to keep going.
No, that was a pretty complete a sentence there, I thought. I thought you were going to say something more.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be like this. And then it was just, yeah.
I thought you were going to add to it. It's kind of funny. You guys said it at the same time, too.
So...
Keep forgetting to say
I can tell you this, like when it comes to history, like I could really get into history and go, and because there's a lot of weird nuances in history. There's a lot of weird stuff that's happened in history, and it may not seem paranormal, but if you take Napoleon, for example, let me give you just a quick, and then I'll let you leave, folks. You're welcome to leave anyway, but if you want to hear what I have to say, war and civilization, it's subjective, you know what I mean? And then when it's a perspective too. You got to have your own perspective on it. There's a very good documentary that kind of gives you an overview. It doesn't really go into a lot of detail, but it gives you it's called War and Civilization, and it's actually narrated by Walter Cronkite and forgot his name. What's his name? The historian.
Oh, Keegan or was his first name John?
Is it John Keegan?
I think so.
He's the historian. He talks like this. He's a British guy, and he's throughout the whole documentaries. It's several hours. You get it. There's broken down. It starts with the beginning, like the Greeks in war and the Greek way of warfare, and it touches on everything. It goes into the samurai. It goes into World War I, World War II, and then it goes into the Austrians and the Prussians when they fought. It really goes deep. It covers. It doesn't go deep, but it is vast. It covers everything, but it doesn't give it a lot of time. Not each subject has a bunch of time to it, so you have to go and pick the areas that you want to learn about. Now, I do know a lot about Napoleon and the Napoleonic Wars, and I can tell you, you cannot do a movie in 3 hours about those wars. There were 61 major battles that were fought by this guy. In the movie, they covered 3. Okay? And then they showed him with Josephine a lot. So what? I mean... There's a misconception, too, that people don't know how he rose to power either. There's a misconception. And then they said, well, he made himself emperor. That was a bad thing, right? The powers that be at the time, the monarchies, the monarchists, they controlled the world. Europe and Asia both had monarchies, dynastic families, and they all interbred with each other. They all... You might have a king who's the king of the Netherlands, and he's Russian, right? Mm-hmm. You might have a queen in Russia that's Austrian, because the monarchies would intermarry, and then they would have these familial, alliances. Most of them were related to Charlemagne, but not all of them. And then another thing you'll learn is that Napoleon was not one of them. He was a poor kid from Corsica who was an artillery captain. He was a genius for war. You know what he did? He was able to line the sights up on a cannon just by looking, right? You know how they did it back then? They would just, they would kind of go, oh, let's see how we do this. And you know what they would do? They would just fire one of the cannonballs, and then they would go, okay, lower the sights, because look where it hit. It's not real precise. And it was a waste because if you were shooting a cannonball and you had only so many of them, right? And you had and this cannon may not fire. It's just like a gun. It may fire to the left, it may fire to the right. It may be predisposed to do that. So you had to try to figure it out. So what they would do is they would line the cannons up, but Napoleon had this innate ability in him. He figured it out. He took a fort from the British. I'm not going to give it away in case you go watch the movie, but what he did was genius because he took that fort and then he turned the British guns on themselves and he sank all their ships in the port. He kicked their ass over and over again. The British had their hands full with him and they didn't know what to do, so they did what they always do. They went to everyone else and said, hey, isn't this guy a problem? Hey, isn't this guy a problem? Hey, And everyone was like, yeah, this guy, we can't trust him. He's not one of us, Marie Antoinette, she lost her head, literally. And they were like, we got to get rid of this guy and put Louis's descendant, Louis the 18th. Because Louis the 16th, if anybody knows, do you know what he was called?
No.
They called him the Sun King.
Why is that?
Well, much like the British, they believed that the sun rose and sat on their ass. So did he, and Louis the 16th was known as the Sun King, the throne of the Sun King. Like the sun didn't rise and shine without his permission. Basically, it was the empire or whatever. And the French had a very powerful empire. They kicked the living crap out of the Holy Roman Empire, which was that's their and. They rampaged through Italy at one point, when the Vatican decided to kind of raise up and say, well, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, during the Borgia Pope's rule, the Spain. Before I go into this, I don't want to go into a deep dissertation if I'm not going to have people who want to listen to this. So raise your hand if you want to listen, and I'll give you about 20, 30 minutes of a history lesson, but it's up to you. And it does tie into the reptilian bloodline, but it's up to you if you want to learn it. Because I'm not going to talk to people who don't want to hear it. They're just going to drop out. I'll be right back. You can talk amongst yourselves.
I think we can tell, like, by the numbers. If they start dropping, then it's like, okay, we have our answer. So all right, we're getting some hands up.
Oh, no. I think it was at 413. It's at 412, so it's dropping. I think they don't want it.
Come on. You got to want it harder than that. But yeah, and until Wolf comes back, definitely go check that movie out. I thought it was overall it was a good movie. But like Wolf said, it's hard. Like you can't really cram all of Napoleon's like life and military career into the span of like 3 hours. It's really something that should be like a mini series at least.
I mean, each of his generals could be fucking.
I mean, even if you were to do like a Lord of the Rings thing where you make each movie like 3.5 to 4 hours, like that would be better, but it would still barely cut it. Like it's really something. Like if they were to make it, you seen Rome, right?
Yeah.
You saw it. Like if they were to do it like Rome,
Yeah, you need
that would be such a
seasons.
great show. I would love that. That would be like one of my favorite shows. But yeah, I mean, like the pacing in it is kind of it goes a little too fast at times and a little too slow at times. But it's just because there's just so much that you got to cram in there. What's it?
What are all these pink?
Valerie says it was a miniseries in the 80s. What was it called? I want to check that out.
Probably Napoleon.
Well, yeah, but if you just type in Napoleon miniseries or just Napoleon, you're gonna get a bunch of crap. Like, you need a specific title.
Look for it. Have patience. Something your generation doesn't
I
understand.
really hope the title is just Napoleon.
I was sitting here waiting for the answer, and then you interrupted me patiently waiting.
Y'all's laziness is only matched by your rapaciousness.
Joke's on you. I don't know what that second word
Oh,
means.
damn, you stole it. I was just about to say that.
Oh, really? You don't know what rapacious means?
I can use context clues.
It means you're greedy, basically. So anyway,
I'm greedy with food.
Yeah, you are. Everybody's greedy to a degree. Everybody's like, "Oh, you're greedy. You're this. You're that." Everybody is the living embodiment of the 7 deadly sins.
Unless you're living in absolute
what are all
famine.
these pink hands?
They're raising their hands
the hands
because they
you
want
asked
to hear you
for.
talk.
Oh, okay. I've never seen the pink hands before. I didn't know what it was.
They're hands.
They're high-fiving you.
Okay, dude.
A hand is a hand. You got something against pink?
Do you not know that I didn't know? I've never seen a pink hand raised like that before. I didn't know what that was, folks. Now I do. Shut up, you. Okay, so where was I? So what we were talking about is that these there was a period of time where France was a strong military power, and they were a land power, and there were shifting alliances that went on all the time. Spain was like they had an empire too. Spain was just, with all the conquests of the New World, which is where we're at over here in America, they had become the big boys on the block. Think of it in terms of like the Greek city-states. Sparta was like they were the premier power at one time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Anthony, you can answer this. Who did Sparta succumb to?
You overestimate me. I don't remember.
Thebes. The Thebans.
They did?
Yeah. Why do you think that Alexander fought the Thebans twice? The sacred band. Okay, let me explain it to you. Greece, let's use an analogy. Greece was they were the hub of Western civilization, right? We can all agree on that. Greece was divided amongst itself with city-states. Argos, the Argosians, the Corinthians, Corinth. You had, of course, Athens, Sparta, Thebes. Those are the major cities. They didn't all play together. They were all Greek. They agreed on that, but they weren't all friends. And then there were shifting alliances. It was like a smaller scale. What do you call it? A microcosm. And Europe very much became a very similar situation. They, after the Romans, after the fall of the Roman Empire, and in particular Byzantium, when they were taken over, when Constantinople fell and became Istanbul, the Ottoman Empire was on the rise. There's no one of those green little bugs. Hey, buddy, what are these little dudes, man?
I don't know. They're one of the few bugs I like, though. They seem to be pretty.
They're very gentle. Look at
Yeah,
that.
seem to be pretty friendly.
See the little green bug? Hey, dude.
They keep finding them in here too.
He's on camera.
Yeah.
So
They're very sweet little boogers. They don't bite or anything. They're just kind of there. So let's look at Greece as a template for the rest of Europe. And of course, Rome based itself on Greek civilization. The Greek, when they finally came together, they had senators. There was a senate. The Romans, they did the same thing. They adopted that when they threw off the yoke of the Etruscans, they had senators, and they created a senate where the kings didn't have all this power, and it was a republic until Caesar. Of course, the republic became completely corrupt, kind of like what's happening in some other places, because these politicians, these career politicians, were very bad people, and the nobility was just out of control. And so, of course, Caesar becomes this benign dictator. Let's start with him, even though Alexander may have been the first. He was considered the first Reich. Caesar very much set about of destroying the republic. He was part of a triumvirate, which was created to tell people, show people, look, there's 3 of us ruling. Not one of us is just going to take over, right? Tim and Pompey, and they were just they made this alliance, but nobody was ever supposed to march their army across the Rubicon. And once you did that, that's where that saying comes, we've crossed the Rubicon, where we've crossed the river. Once he did that, Rome knew that he meant business. He was coming back. He had been recalled from Gaul, which was France. And France was very much, and this is why this is important, France was very much Romanized at that point. He brought with him a lot of the Gaelic people from France. that were allies of his in those wars, and he made them senators because there were free people that could come, whatever. And it was an infusion of Gaelic people and culture. Their leader, Vercingetorix, had been imprisoned, and then eventually he was killed during Caesar's coronation. When you look at his coronation as what happened to Napoleon, it was a mirror. Like, it's a mirror. France had always kind of taken their P's and Q's from what was once Rome. They were Catholic, the Vatican, The problem came with Britain. Britain always had aspirations, but under Henry VIII, he decided to become Anglican. And I'll tell you how that church even became what it was. A simplified. Oh, it says Aeneas says put on tissue. He's hanging out right here on my keyboard, which doesn't work anyway. But if you look at Henry VIII, he wanted a divorce multiple times over and over again. Catholic Church wouldn't give it to him. So he becomes Protestant. He becomes Anglican. And, of course, England fought civil war after civil war, and then they fought against the French over and over again. So by the time Napoleon was where he was at, Britain and France had been at war forever. Even if there were lulls, even the 100 Years' War was just, look up the Battle of Crécy. Look it up. Just look up Crécy and then give me the date, and I'll go from there. C-R-A-C, just look it up, Crécy. The battle where the longbowmen defeated France. The French nobility was crushed that day. Britain won 1346. They won some very amazing victories. I mean, even the 100 Years' War, they should have just called it the 500 Years' War because they were constantly at war. They were constantly fighting. Even the Norman conquest of England was really a French conquest of England, even though the Normans were Viking. It was a Viking hold that had been there since the 1200s. When they invaded England, they were very much Huguenots. They had been, basically Vikings that had become French. And so, although Britain doesn't want to admit it, when William the Conqueror set foot in England, he was very much a Frenchman from Normandy. And then, of course, Britain had holdings in France, Brittany. That's why it's called Brittany. When you look at these shifting alliances and powers and everybody who was involved in the Napoleonic Wars and what he did and how he did it, it's amazing to me, and it should be a testament to everybody, that just because these people have the power, okay, and their bloodline rules, doesn't mean that somebody can't rise up and challenge them. I believe, and I'm not going to jump around too much here. I'm just going to focus on Napoleon now. I'm telling you, that was the history, right? Okay. Roman Empire falls, the fall of Byzantium. I don't know the exact date. Look up the fall of Constantinople. I think it was like 9-something, whatever. The Ottomans were the enemy at the gates. They were the power that was like the culmination of Islam. The siege of Vienna. 1453. Right? So that was the fall of Constantinople, but Byzantium as a power, I do believe, was pretty much tapped out by the end of the first millennium, A.D. So it was just there wasn't a whole lot there. It was just a symbol of the Eastern Roman Empire, and so symbolically they were pretty much taken over, and it was defeated, and then it became the capital of Turkey, which at that time was called Asia Minor. And that was the Ottomans, right? So they were outside of the monarchy. They were the outside looking in. That's what we were talking about with Chris James and Vlad Tepes when he was trying to defend Christendom from Islam, which I don't think Vlad Tepes gave a crap about Christendom. I think he was just caught in a spot.
Yeah.
And even his brother Radu had actually converted and gone to Islam because he was a hostage who ended up falling in line and becoming an Ottoman. What the Ottomans did, they took people. The word Slavic is actually the root word for slave. because they took them as slaves, and your choice was to be a slave or you could be a Janissary and fight, and you had to convert to Islam. So a lot of Slavics did. They were consuming everything in their path. Christendom was panicky. They were scared. For a long time, there was a long-standing alliance, but people don't know this, between France and Turkey. It was strategic. But the rest of Europe looked at that as like, this is the enemy at the gates, and you're friends with them. Forgetting that Martel, Charles Martel, the Hammer, had really been instrumental in liberating the Iberian Peninsula, Spain, from the Ottomans. And the French were always like reminding people, look, we freed this country, Spain. We freed it, which they did. They did. 800 years, Spain, particularly in the south, was ruled by the Moors, which was part of the conquest of Islam, because they were told by the Quran, fight the non-believers who are near to you. Okay? That was not supposed to be interpreted that way, because according to Islam, they are not supposed to fight the people of the book, Christians and Jews. But they did it anyway, because the word pagan, infidel, whatever was interchangeable, and the Christians became their infidel. So there was this whole mistrust, right? And then you had the rot that set in from the Italian peninsula, which was Rome. Rome was collapsed. Strange thing about the Roman Empire, Romulus and Remus, the brothers who were suckled by a she-wolf, supposedly. Well, guess who the last emperor of Rome was when he was basically told by the Vandal king, you're no longer needed? His name was Romulus. Very weird. It became Germanic, and it became French and whatever else, and it broke down to what everything does when it falls apart into city-states. You had Venice, you had Naples, you had Rome. So you were Venetian, you were Roman. You had all these different cities, right? You weren't considered. You were Naples, Neapolitan. You weren't considered Roman anymore, because Rome was just one area. It was still, and the Vatican had control of that. It was like the Vatican in Rome. That was it. The Borgia Pope, he was Spanish. Right after the conquest, or the liberation, there was a lot of Moorish blood there. The monarchies didn't like that. They were like, who is this Borgia Pope that's taking over the Vatican? That led to another push, another war. King Louis told, I think he was the 14th, I'm not 100%. He was told, thank you for that donation. He goes in, deposes this pope, gets rid of it, destroys their whatever. Rampages across Italy. Then they become the big heroes. But then the Siege of Vienna. Look up the date for that, because that's important too. Then the Siege of Vienna takes place. The Spaniards save the day. They become the big hero. The Habsburg Empire, which is the inheritors of the Roman Empire. Now here's where it gets interesting.
1683.
1683. Where did the reptilian bloodline creep in? Not 100% sure. And why would it have been Charlemagne? We're not really sure about that either. But it had something to do with the Crusades, the Holy Land, the Templars. It's a pipe dream right now, but it's a project I would like to work on in the future and try to write it all down and give it to you, especially you, my elite leaders. My elite leaders. You are my base. You are my elite, the people that listen to the show, that come here for the live stream, not the casual listeners. I love them too, but they're not like you. You guys are hungry and thirsty for the knowledge. You want to know why things are the way they are, right? And it goes beyond just Dogman, Bigfoot, ghosts. That's all good. But why are we where we're at? And why is it that Wikipedia, at the behest of the tube of you, puts on my page, hey, reptilians are a fiction, whatever, for the episode we did a couple days ago or whatever?
Yeah.
Why is that? Because these people have been running this country, this world, this whole thing for a long time. The same people, they're all interbred with each other. All of our presidents are related. Very weird thing. You got to wonder, like, thank you for that donation, Nia. We appreciate it. You got to wonder, like, where did it start and how did it start? If you think that the Crusades was just about freeing the Holy Land, you're out of your freaking mind. Those kings, they knew what they were doing. Richard the Lionheart. I mean, do you think that it was really just about, freeing the Holy Land and fighting Islam? No, there was more to it than that. I would dare say that the leaders like Mehmed II, in particular, I have reasons for this too, of the Ottomans, I think he was reptilian. I really do. I think he was, and I think that Charlemagne definitely was. I think this duke that was killed, Franz Ferdinand, I think he was.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you who I don't think was, though. I don't think Napoleon was. I don't think Stalin was. I don't think Hitler was. I don't think, what's-his-face, Franco was. You know why? Because those were all people who seized power from the monarchies. And they weren't all good guys either. No, because you could go from having whatever bad to worse, which is their big argument, isn't it? That's why you shouldn't rule. We should be in charge because we know how to run things. Now, you know how to screw us really, really long term. These dictators know how to screw us in the short run and run things into the ground, like, what's his name, Maduro, what's his name over in Venezuela. When you look at what Julius Caesar did, Napoleon basically copied it. He did the same thing. They follow a template, and then it goes from there. Something happened. Is that thing on my shoulder?
Yeah.
He really likes me. It likes me. Napoleon did the same thing. People always use the argument, like, if he wasn't trying to rule everything, then why did he become the emperor? You know why he did? Because he was copying the elites. He was copying the monarchies because they didn't want to. There's a scene in the movie, too, where he goes to try to talk to the Russian leader, and he wants to marry one of his sisters. Well, that's not going to happen because the guy puts him off.
Yeah.
What's the Austrian? Isn't it the Austrian? It's after Austerlitz. And he tells him, he says, I want to marry one of your sisters. The guy kind of puts him off, right? Eventually they play ball and he marries. Now the girl that he marries, I'm going to take that. Look up her name. He's the one that he ended up having to forsake Josephine for, and I don't know her name off the top of my head. But I'll tell you why it was. They didn't want to have him intermarry with his Corsican non-reptilian bloodline into their bloodline. That was a problem for them. So
Marie Louise.
She was Austrian, right?
Let's see. Yeah, Austrian.
She was Austrian. And it was after the Battle of Austerlitz where he had just smashed them and the Russians and he could have at that point, and take a lesson from this, folks, because Hitler didn't learn that lesson, obviously. Napoleon, he could have taken the Austrian army and the Russian army captive. He could have broke their back that day. Who says this? Fred Mins, if it flies in his mouth. What is he talking about?
He's talking about the bug.
Yeah, what is he making references to?
I guess just saying it wouldn't be funny. I don't know.
Yeah, well, kick him off. Goodbye, Fred. Go watch AI. You're probably from there anyway. So maybe it'll go in your mouth or in your eyes. So I hate when I'm trying to talk and people they're being stupid. Listen. If you're going to listen or leave, all right? What they wanted to do was keep their bloodline pure. And if Napoleon would have done, there were several key, crucial mistakes he made. First mistake he made, in my opinion, was taking them for granted and thinking that he could ever be one of them. You can't be one of them because you're not of their bloodline. Remember that. When you're not born one of the elites, you can't become one. Jerry Jones, okay, and Alex Jones, what's his name, Elon Musk, they can make all the money they want, but they'll never be one of them. You can't be a self-made man, which is what they say that America's founded upon, and be one of the elites. The elites are born into this. Hold on one second. Work. The elites are born into this. You can't become one. I'm telling you the truth. The only way to be one, if you marry into that bloodline, you can have children. Yeah, Love Cat, you're right. The Habsburg jaw is a deformity from too much inbreeding. Good point. I'm talking to somebody on here. Well, I could tell you this. If Napoleon, his son, would have grown up to be a conqueror, then it might have been different. But he didn't. He didn't grow up to be a conqueror. And that would have been, a foundation to build on, and it would have been monarchic, whatever. The second, and to me, a very crucial mistake he made was never, ever actually building a navy that could challenge England. Now, he conquered Spain, but that was a mistake because the Spanish are not ones to sit back and let anybody just rule them. They are going to give you absolute hell. They're not going to take it. And so they caused a lot of problems for France. They would have been a natural ally. Both of them were Catholic. They could have teamed up against Britain, but instead he ostracized himself from a lot of the mainland allies he would have had. But you got to always remember this, and it's always overlooked. These monarchies were aligned against him. If he would have taken Spain and put in a non-monarchist leader, like a dictator, you can call it what you want, a benign dictator, say like somebody like Caesar is a benign dictator. The people were more interested, learn the lessons of history. They were more interested in the gifts of a benign dictator than the empty promises of a monarchist nobility. That's the truth. People always overlook that. Because being a dictator in of itself, there's different ways to look at it. Would you rather be ruled by basically monarchist, aristocratic senators that are going to rob you blind and drive you into the ground? Or are you going to take your chances with a dictator who may be benign, if you can get one, who could actually get things done? But after that person, like think of Augustus. He came after Julius. If you could get somebody like that, you might be able to have something. I think Napoleon could have been that guy. I think he wanted to be that guy. But he was pushed to war. A lot of people think that he was just a bloodthirsty guy that just wanted to go out and conquer everybody. He knew that when the monarchy fell, when the revolution happened in the 1700s, he knew that there was no way out for France. You think that all these monarchies are just going to sit back and let you be a non-reptilian bloodline monarchist and just be in control? You're crazy. Robespierre, you know about him. You were talking about him.
Yeah, I was just saying he's a that guy was extremely bloodthirsty. He just executed so many people, and I mean, his own base turned against him because they're like, yeah, we want to get rid of these people violently, but like not that violent, you know. He killed and imprisoned so many people that he wasn't any better than the people he was against.
When you're fighting monsters, be careful not to become what you're fighting. So Robespierre was a really bad guy, and the people began to want the royalists back in power, which is how Louis XVIII ended up back in, you know, they went too far. The pendulum swung too far. Napoleon did all the right things to maneuver himself into power, and in fact, a lot of it may not have been by his own design, by his own choosing. Another big mistake he made, besides the Spanish mistake, was, like I said, at the Battle of Austerlitz, when he defeated the Austrians and the Russians. He should have taken them all prisoner. He should have imprisoned their armies and made the hard decision, because these royalists were not going to stop. That would have also backed off the Prussians. The Prussians were another problem, and they were going to be a problem for him later on, and especially when he fought at Waterloo, because without the Prussians and the Austrians, the British have no chance. It was over. They would have wiped them out. The British have benefited over and over again in history from mistakes. People make mistakes. And I get really tired of people talking about how they sunk the Spanish Armada. How many of you actually know what happened to the Spanish Armada? Storm. There you go, Maynard. Look at the big brain on you.
Same thing that took out the Mongols.
There was a storm. Yeah, the Mongols, the divine winds against Japan. Yeah, that's what happened when they tried to go in and take
twice.
over. Twice. Yeah, it happened twice. But Britain benefited from a big storm that basically dashed the Spanish Armada. And then Britain overnight became the world's premier power. France did not have the navy that Britain did. If they would have, things would have been different, but they didn't. He drew them onto land, though, because eventually the British had to fight. You can't just go ride around in boats and shoot from the ocean. You have to get on the land, boots on the ground. That's where that saying actually comes from, not from some idiot up in Oklahoma that, you know, pulls out booger cards and has roaches crawling around the wall. No, it's actually a boots on the ground is actually from a military term. So they had to get on the land, and Napoleon had their number. He could beat them. He knew he could. But the problem was all these other monarchies in their countries didn't like Napoleon. He wasn't one of them. And I promise you, it was all about the bloodline. Because all he wanted was to be accepted, and for France, at one point anyway, until the wars got hot and heavy, the Napoleonic Wars, he was just like, just recognize my position on the continent, leave us alone, let us have, you know, our country, let us be whatever, trade with us, accept us, and accept me as the leader of France. He marched into Italy, and they didn't even have to fire a shot. Italy just said, hey, whatever, we're good. You know, he was Corsican. He was probably one of them. The Corsica had changed hands, like Chris James said earlier, between Italy and France multiple times. So they were kind of like, hey, man, he's pretty much one of us, you know. He can call himself French, but he's really a Corsican. Kind of weird how Hitler called himself German and talked all about the German people and how great the German power was and this and that, but he wasn't even German. And here's another news flash. He wasn't blonde hair and blue-eyed. He had dark eyes, dark hair. It's weird. It's a really weird thing. And then we grow up believing certain misnomers and lies about different people in history because people don't pick up a book and read. But always remember when you're reading a book, too, what is this person's stake in what they're telling you? Are they just laying out their facts, or are they throwing in a lot of opinions about it? And if they are throwing out opinions, how close to the truth are these opinions? People can overwhelm you with facts, too. But when you lay it out there, just look at history step by step by step. Start with the Greeks. It's basic. Just look at the city-states. One power takes out another. The Thebans took out the Spartans. Then Macedonia rises up, Alexander, and he conquers the Thebans. Thebans cause problems again when he tries to create the Greek City League before he goes in to conquer Persia. He wipes them out, and he razes it to ash. Nothing. Salts the earth. That is a microcosm of what ended up happening and engulfed all of Europe. History always repeats itself. That's no truer statement. Focusing on Napoleon again, when you look at what he did and what he could have done, as opposed to what he did, he could have been the rod that struck the deepest, darkest blow to the monarchies, and he could have destroyed them for all time, which would have actually saved us from a lot of problems today. There again, you have Hitler in Germany. Round two, basically. He could have done it too. They didn't. The colonial powers, the same ones, led by Britain, kind of just rallied again to stop these people who are not one of them. But here's an interesting thing about Hitler. It's weird. It's kind of weird, and it's always kind of struck me as odd. He took over Nazism from Otto and Gregor Strasser through his work as a spy for the Weimar Republic. You know what the Weimar Republic was?
You asking us or the audience?
Either one.
Yeah, so it's what Germany became after they lost World War One.
Yeah, they were basically a puppet government that was put in place by the colonial powers of World War One. France, England, Belgium, basically Europe. You know, they conquered Germany, and of course, Germany's ally was the Austro-Hungarian Empire, which seems strange to think about as the Austrians and the Hungarians having an empire, because they're two different languages, two different people. The Hungarian language is more closely related to what?
No, I have no
Finnish.
idea.
Finnish. There's all this separation between them and Finland. Really weird, right? The Magyars, the Boyars, they all have these weird languages, these weird names and whatever. When you look at what happened in World War I, it didn't make sense for Germany to align themselves with the Ottomans. The Ottomans were a falling, rotting empire. They were rickety, being held together by masking tape and bubble gum. I think they thought that they were more than they were. But they held the Levant, right, the Middle East. Having money, though, doesn't make you a powerful country if you don't have a cohesive military or leaders to lead that military. Germany did all the heavy lifting during World War I, and they were punished the hardest. Austria-Hungary got off a lot lighter. They were separated from one another, signifying the end, really the death knell for what was the remnants of the Habsburg Empire, which was the remnants of the Holy Roman Empire in the West. See, it's all steps. Now, one of the problems, too, with France was that they were a long-time standing allies with the Ottomans, with the Turks. Strategically, it makes sense, right? Here's France right here, and you have the Low Countries and all that, and then you have Germany, and you have all this other stuff, and then you have Hungary, and then here are the Ottomans way over here, and then here's Russia. Russia always had a problem with the Ottomans because they were right above them, right? Russia. They're like, you're friendly with the Ottomans. We don't like that. But Russia had its own problems with Britain. Think of the Crimean War. The war that's going on now started with what? between the Ukraine and Russia, the Crimea. They fought a war with Britain over it. Napoleon tried to exploit the aggravation of Russia, but the problem was that he was still friends with the Ottomans. And I think that that was the stumbling block, too, because nobody wanted to be a part of that because they were Islamic and they were not part of that royalist bloodline. Now, I think Mehmed II was, but I don't think the other ones were. After his bloodline was done, that was it. Where do you think this bloodline originally came from? If you had to take a guess.
Anunnaki.
Anunnaki, but where? What country?
Oh, I have no idea.
Take a stab in the dark.
Switzerland.
No, Persia. Now, Persia was a recipient of another ancient culture, Egypt, because at one time Persia controlled all of that. And in fact, the Old Testament is based on the Sumerian tablets. Cyrus, he let the Israelites go. They went back to a desolated land and they ended up in Judea, right? Persia may be the answer. That may be where the reptilian bloodline comes from. Because if you read the Sumerian tablets, the Babylonians, of course, Mesopotamians, and Persia. The Ottomans, they take over Persia. Mehmed becomes the leader of this Ottoman Empire that controls all of the Levant. Interbreeding. Eventually, this gets back to Greece because guess what? Think about this. This is very interesting. The Ottomans conquered Greece. And they held Greece for a long time until 1826. Greece was what? The hub of the Western civilized world. I think somewhere along those lines, the Crusades, the interbreeding, the reptilian bloodline was brought back to Europe. I think that it was pushed by two different veins. One was the Holy Roman Empire and the Vatican, and I think the other one came from the Middle East. And I think that they kind of did this. And when you look at a timeline of this, I'm going to tell you this, and this is going to be really weird, but listen to what I'm going to tell you. If you look at a timeline of the intersecting bloodlines, there's like, the first one comes up, it's like, oh, it's 300 AD, 600 AD, and they intersect. And if you sit there and you intersect these timelines and you keep looking at a map, it starts to look like something very weird to me. It looks like human DNA. I'm just making an observation. People are going to say I'm crazy. They're going to talk a bunch of crap. That's fine. Somebody says, what did this guy say?
Who?
Calamanides. I've never seen him before. Constantinos. Onassis bloodline. Well, are you talking about Onassis that was married to Jacqueline? Is that what you're talking about? But he was Greek, right? If you look at these intersecting timelines and these intersecting kingdoms, the interbreeding, if you follow it, which I've sat there and looked at it, you got the Dutch and the French and the Swedish, and you got all these other, and then, of course, the Ottomans. The reason they're important is because that's the connecting link to the Middle East. The Ottomans have always been weird to me. If you read about the Ottomans, you will learn something. They were Asia Minor, but still considered Europe, Constantinople, right? You could take them and divide them up between Europe and Asia. The western part of Ottoman Empire, Turkey, being Europe, the eastern part being Asia. Same thing with Russia, where east meets west. Two different things, but kind of the same. The Arabs, the Persians, the Kurds, they still to this day, they don't trust the Turks. They don't look at them as the same because you know why? They look at them as a Western power, like a European power. Guess what? The Western European powers look at the Turks as what? Middle Eastern.
Mm-hmm.
That's where it all kind of went down. That's why Charlemagne, after the Crusades, of course, it all kind of just comes to. I don't know. I think that the bloodline was infused into Europe on more than one occasion. Mike, I don't believe that. I don't think Germany was the main bloodline because it was there in Germany, but it was people think that because of World War II and Hitler, and they think the Aryans and all that stuff. A lot of that is overblown, and there's a lot of dummies nowadays that go around going, "How Hitler and Sieg Heil and they're white supremacists and racists, they're idiots." And what they do is they think that they're imitating or whatever what these Nazis were doing. Let me tell you something. They would probably be butthurt and shocked to know that there was a part of France that was black. It was Africanized, and it was on the border of Germany. And during the entire war, they were never touched. The Germans didn't even bother with them. You know, there's a guy who wrote a book. It's called Destined to Witness, and he's from BET. He's the guy that literally founded BET, and he tries to make a case for how he lived in terror of the Germans and them coming after him and whatever. But what he really ends up doing is saying that they never messed with him. They didn't mess with them. Germany also had a lot of help from African countries. Rommel, in particular, was quite pleased with the Africans and their work and help against the British. After the war, of course, they have to set about the business of making everyone believe that these were the evil bad guys because of blah, blah, blah. But you got to follow the bloodline. The German bloodline with the Kaiser, it ended there. Once he died, that was it. The Germans were out. They were no longer, the reptilian bloodline for them was gone. Germany was going to be faced with a very, very, very hard task of fighting their way out of a position where if they would have had anybody but Hitler, it probably would have worked. But I think he was a plant. I think he was a plant from the beginning. You know why? Because he was a spy for the Weimar Republic, and he usurped a psychopathic organization known as the Nazis, National Socialists. It's true. He took it from two brothers who founded it, and then they ended up dying in exile. One of them was murdered, eventually found dead, and the other one was killed in Canada. And Hitler, the rest is history, of course. Napoleon, same thing. A lot of people say that he was the Second Reich. They say that Alexander was the first. Some people will make the argument that the First Reich was Julius Caesar and the Romans, and then blah, 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 blah. But you could also make the argument that there were four Reichs. Hitler chose to call himself the Third Reich, sort of ignoring Napoleon as even being. And Hitler didn't learn jack because he did the same thing that Napoleon did, and he went into Russia. The problem, though, with going into Russia, it's so vast, especially back then, whether it was the late 1700s or the mid 1900s, going into Russia in like June, you have to get to the targets, all right, which would have been St. Petersburg, which became, it was Moscow, Leningrad, Stalingrad. The names were changed because Lenin founded, whatever. We're going to get into a big old. To get to those targets, by the time you get there, winter has set in. So at the siege of Leningrad and, of course, at Stalingrad, it was absolutely just abysmal. The war was horrible. Germany thought that they would have knocked them out. And by September, another gross miscalculation because Hitler was not a military genius. In fact, he should have stayed the hell out of it. He had the greatest officer cadre the world had ever seen, and he just fumbled it. He made ridiculous decisions, leaving units in place that froze to death and were destroyed. He made huge blunders, not just at Dunkirk. We talked about that earlier, but he also did it in the East. Now you go back to Napoleon. He had 600,000 man army. For that time, that was an amazing number. The largest force, the military invasion up to, even to this day, that has ever taken place was Operation Barbarossa, which was the German-led invasion of Russia. But do you know how many countries were involved in that invasion? It practically mirrored the French invasion. There were almost 10 countries. You could say maybe because there were a lot of Poles that volunteered and actually went into Russia to help. That after the military was divided up, when they were liberated in the north, if you want to call it that, from the Soviets, that's what the Germans called it, they rearmed them and told them, hey, do you want to go after the Soviets? Because the Soviets had laid down on the north of the Polish people. They joined. The Czechs, they joined. Oh, yeah. The Finns attacked from the north. The Finnish were their allies up until they flipped at the end. The Finnish attacked from the north. They had had a war with Russia just, 10, 15 years before. It was called the Winter War. So they were involved. The Italians, of course, Mussolini, he was a fascist. He was involved. And, of course, Franco with his volunteers. Bulgaria, Hungary, all these countries, right? Czechoslovakia would have been considered one country, but it was really two. And then you had the Croatians who were all but willing to help because the Serbians were always Germany's enemy, going back to World War I, and their Slavish support for Russia. So you had all these different countries. Romania, that was another big one that helped the Germans in World War I and World War II. They all invaded. Operation Barbarossa. Almost 3 million people marched into Russia. It was almost like a crusade. But they always paint the picture that it was like, oh, it was just this evil bad guy, maniac, whatever. But that was the problem. He was the problem. Hitler was the problem. To try to knock out communism, to get rid of it. But if you stop and you look at this situation, was Hitler being manipulated by the monarchist powers to take out a rival to their power? Yes, I believe so. Because if you look at Britain, France, you look at part of Spain, which was still wanting to be with the monarchy, Portugal, all these different countries, the Dutch, Sweden, Norway, they were all monarchist still. So use the little fascist to go in and knock out the communist. Then you defeat that fascist, and then you're right back to square one. The Russian winter did it for him. But was Hitler really, Fernandez, Azul division, that's right. Was Hitler being played, or was Hitler just in on the game from the beginning? I think he was in on the game because he was a spy. And remember, he was Austrian. And remember, we talked with Chris James earlier. He fought in the German military. Why didn't he fight in the Austrian military? World War I, Austria had a huge army, and they were fighting. Why would he be in Germany? And in fact, Prussia and Austria have a long-standing feud. They were not friends, even though they were united under German, hegemony in World War II. And in World War I, they were two different armies. You were in the Prussian army or you were in the Austrian army. You weren't both. World War II, it didn't matter. You were an Austrian unit of the Wehrmacht or you were a Prussian unit of the Wehrmacht. You fought side by side, and you were basically brothers going into Russia. But World War I, Austria had its own military, so did Hungary, but they were still combined, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Habsburgs, whatever. You looked at Prussia as like, we're allies, but F those guys, okay? If you look at the battle that went on between Austria and Prussia in the 1860s, look up the Austria-Prussian War. It's where the needle gun came into the breech loading gun came into to its own, and the Prussians smashed the Austrians. Should have been 1866. It should have been the death knell for the Austro-Hungarian Empire. How this empire limped on is a mystery to me, unless you look at it from how they were propped up by their fellow monarchists. Yeah. Why? Why? Doesn't make sense. Not just that which is falling should be pushed, but when you look at this whole thing, you see it in the big picture of what it is. They take care of their own. Because without that empire there in place, well, anything could happen. A non-bloodline could come in. That's a problem. Especially when you want things to be a certain way. These people have a vested interest in being and doing what they've been doing for a long time. Long time. Longer than we've all been alive, and it'll be going on long after we're gone. Take a look at history, folks. Do you know the number one subject by American children that they hate the most is history? It even edged out math, which is very boring. I like math because numbers tell the story. But I like history. I like literature. I like science. The problem is the way they teach it. But they teach it boring and stupid and full of just mundane dates. This day in history, blah, blah, blah. This day in history, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't really mean anything if you're not looking at it from an aspect of a timeline. The timeline is everything. Now you have the European Union. Everybody gets along and everybody plays nice, right? Yet they're all still 20 different languages. Right? And who's in control? The right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing and blah, blah, blah. There's another power that I'm not going to talk about that has a lot of power and influence. There's a few of them. I just don't have time to get, and it's nothing sinister. I just don't have time to get into it. But when you look at the timeline and you look at the shifting alliances or whatever, it's all been pushing us towards this event. Napoleon was a very important piece of history. Yeah, Fernandez says Stalin was not Russian. Yeah, Zelensky is not Ukrainian, you're right. Napoleon was not French and Hitler was not German. Kind of like the monarchies. These people were emulating the monarchies. What I'm going to tell you right now is there's a way to do what you have to do, but don't imitate your enemies. A lot of times, the way to beat your enemies is do exactly the opposite of what they're doing. These people made the same mistake. All of them make the same mistake. You know what they do? They think that they're going to take over the world or take over all these different places by being what they're trying to fight. You don't win a war when someone is just spewing lies about you by lying back. You know what you do? You tell the truth. It's very simple. And when they're going to say something about you, let it out before they do. They're full of lies and treachery and hate. Let it out. It's going to come out anyway. They're going to say, but it's going to be their twisted, sick version of it. That's what they do. Yeah, Columbus wasn't Italian either. Yeah. It's kind of weird, isn't it? It's funny. It's like there was this giant chessboard and everybody's playing chess. And then the winners are telling you what went on and how it went on. The Windsors are not British, exactly. Stop and take a look at history. Take a look at these bloodlines. Take a look at why they're there, who they're there, who they are, let's put it that way. People don't do that. They don't do that. If I had time, I could give you the entire history of the world, but I don't. And this is not a history show per se. But I think history is very important, and this is one of the reasons why. But Napoleon, very interesting character. I think he had something, but he didn't make it. So don't believe in all this propaganda that they still to this day, espouse and spew, because it's all geared toward keeping you off track. If it's being just espoused in the mainstream as is truth, question it to the ground. Because since when did they care about us having knowledge? Since the beginning, they've tried to keep knowledge away from us. Think about it. The Anunnaki going all the way back. The reptilian invasion, we talked about it a little earlier with Chris James. That bloodline got in there, and they've pushed that bloodline going all the way up to the modern times. It's one exclusive club, and you're not in it. And these bad people that did all these things to try to stop them, whatever, of course they're going to lose, but they make very critical mistakes. If you're going to take on the monarchist power, you can't make mistakes. The biggest mistake is mercy. I hate to say it. I'm a merciful person. I couldn't do it. I'm not that kind of guy. I love people. I care about people, and I forgive. But if you're going to be a bloodthirsty dictator, whether you're benign or not to your people, it doesn't matter. You have to have no mercy. Napoleon should have been a lot more bloodthirsty like his enemies, and he should have literally obliterated Austria. He should have, when he had the chance, taken those. Those guys were there with their armies. He should have executed them, the leaders. And he should have taken all those guys and marched them into captivity, and then he should have beaten the living crap out of the rest of Europe. He should have drawn Britain onto the mainland and destroyed their army, which he was fully capable of doing. He would never have had to march on Moscow or St. Petersburg and lose the Grand Army, because if he would have had that 600,000-man army that was basically born, they came into the world kicking and screaming as poor French peasants that were the backbone of the French Revolution, that said to the monarchy, we are sick and tired of you. We're tired of your lizard-ass, cake-eating shit faces. And then they could have smashed all of those powers. But instead, he marched them into Russia, and they strung them along, and they all died from sick, diphtheria, fever, everything you could think of, being harassed and harried by the Tartars and the Cossacks and everybody else that foolishly helped the monarchy. Now, what ends up happening, a worse power, the worst thing the world had ever seen, communism, takes hold. Oh, and they went after the monarchies. Oh, yeah. And became 10 times worse than the monarchies ever could have been. That's the problem. The people that had the ability or the opportunity or the chances, they destroyed it, they squandered it, and they were manipulated. And those snakes don't think like we do. Think of serial killers. They have very little empathy, if any. Now, they always have a little. Jeffrey Dahmer, he loved his grandmother. John Wayne Gacy loved his mom. Ted Bundy loved his girlfriend. I mean, those are the people they said they would never hurt, right? So they had some empathy. We know now through studying these psychopaths that they had some, right? But when you're dealing with these sociopaths, you can't have mercy. You can't feel bad for them. You have to go in and do what you got to do. And these people were not able to do that. I think up until the end, Napoleon thought that he was going to be looked at as like one of them or have equal footing. And his coronation and made into the emperor and all that, it didn't mean squat. You could put a wreath on your head and call you a king. The other monarchies aren't looking at you and saying you're a king. They're looking at you and they're figuring out a way to get rid of you because you're not one of them. They look at it as like some outsider comes into their house and says, hey, I'm one of you now. And they're like, you're not one of our cousins. You're not one of my family. I think a child told me this the best. My friend Daniel, who I saw the Dogman with years ago, his son, he was a kid, and he was a smart mouth kid, and he had an attitude. And he was misbehaving, and I was there one day, and I was talking to his mother, and Daniel was in the other room, and I said, you shouldn't do that. And he says, who are you to tell me? He says, you're not my dad. You're not my mom. You're not my aunt. You're not my uncle. You're not related to me in any way. He's like, you're nothing to me. A little smart mouth kid, and he's a grown up now. I'm sure he probably doesn't even remember it. But I'm like, oh. I said, you got a point. We're not related. So you're not going to listen to anything I say, and you don't care about me. Even though I was like a part of that family since I was 14 years old. It didn't mean anything to him. He didn't know me that well. Just remember, you're not their blood. See, I learned something that day from just listening to a child rant about, but he was trying to be defiant. His mother told him to knock it off. But it's true. They don't look at you as one of them, and they never will. So you can make all the money in the world. You can become rich beyond measure. You can fly people to the moon in your rocket ship, and you can own a huge car company. But you know what you are at the end of the day? Not one of them. You're just not. And that was what happened to Napoleon. He was not one of them. He never was going to be one of them. The only chance you have is to destroy them. That's it. And if you can't do it, well, you lost the Game of Thrones. Thanks for playing. And now we're going to exile you to Elba. Goodbye. Or what was his final place he went to? Was it Elba, wasn't it?
No, the first place was
Elba.
Elba.
The second
I forgot
exile.
the second place.
And the only reason they let him live, you know why?
No.
Because they didn't want another. A lot of people still loved him.
Oh, they turned him into a martyr.
They would have turned him into a martyr. They'd have taken his head. The Duke of Wellington, another bloodline reptilian. He's like, you're lucky we don't go gobbledygook. Yeah, buddy. Okay, save me the speeches. If I was Napoleon, I would have just been like, yeah, okay, whatever. I would have wanted to die. I would have wanted them to take my head, do what you got to do, because from that act right there, you galvanize an entire people. Happened to Christ. Somebody asked me one day, they said, why couldn't Jesus just live to be an old man and die? I said, because it wouldn't have had the same reverberation throughout history and time as what they did to him. The symbol of him dying on that cross was a defiant symbol that symbolized, now we know this is how he died. You wear the cross. You have that symbol. And it's there for all of history. If he would have just died in exile as an old man, it wouldn't have had the same effect. But instead, they took him up on a cross and they brutally murdered him. The Pharisees and the Romans happened under the rule of Augustus. Pontius Pilate's like, I washed my hands of this. Well, you're still culpable. But that act eventually led to the Roman Empire becoming the Holy Roman Empire, which emulated Christianity. I'm not going to say they're Christian. I'm going to say they emulated it. And all these kings mockingly took on the mantle of Christ, pretending. But deep in their hearts, were they Christian? No. Just because you say you are and you act pious and you point the finger at everyone else like a Pharisee doesn't make you Christian. See, I follow Christ. I don't follow the church. The church has a thing called the 501c. Right?
Yeah, 501c3.
Yep. And you know what that is? That's to keep them in line. They're tax exempt as long as the government's okay with them telling you what they want them to tell you. So as they step outside of that, guess what? You're going to pay taxes now. Think about that. They're not free to just say whatever they want. Anyways, folks, I could talk on all day and night about this. I don't want to bore you to death. Good night. Thank you for listening. Remember, look into history. The answers are there. And it's a lot to take in. So I gave chunks of information. You can go and do what you got to do, find your way, and figure it out. There are reptilians, literally, in every form of our whatever. And it's a bloodline. That's why people see them. If you got the reports that we got of these people's eyes slitting up, my own experience with what may or may not have been one, I think it was. Think about it. Anyways, folks, thank you for listening. Thank you for tuning in. We'll see you on Sunday. Good night.